Chapter 1688. Jianghu looked at the big room that was lit with red candles. Although there were maids standing outside the room, she was still a little scared. She had been timid since she was a child. She had only done two great things in her life. The first was to assassinate someone with a dagger talisman. The second was probably to practice swordsmanship. As for becoming the first female emperor in the history of the Central Plains, she had no feelings about it. She thought about the word home for a long time. In the end, she was annoyed to find that in the depths of her heart, it was the dilapidated house that was so cold that it made people's teeth chatter every winter that was the most like home. At that time, every New Year's Eve, there would be a hateful guy of the same age who would follow behind the old man she was most afraid of. They would put up Spring Festival couplets openly. Once, the young man deliberately ran into her room and asked her with a smile if she wanted to hang Spring Festival couplets on both sides of her room. Of course, she said no, but she was unwilling to admit that she wanted to. The sound of firecrackers in the city became louder and louder. Jianghu stood up and walked to the window. She knew that it was time for the new and the old to change. Suddenly, there was a squeak behind her. Someone pushed the door open and entered. Jianghu turned around with a smile. As expected, it was her uncle. She felt more at ease when she saw this kind elder. Chao Chongqing gently closed the door. The maids outside turned a blind eye to this man who was known as the proudest man in Dechu. In fact, his position in the hearts of the people in Dechu was not even comparable to the current emperor. Everyone in West Chu admired Chao Chongqing from the bottom of their hearts. Chao Chongqing squatted beside the stove and put his hand on the charcoal fire to warm himself. Logically speaking, with the cultivation of the land immortal, this Confucian sage was already immune to the cold and heat. Jianghu sat back on the stool and smiled brightly. Chao Chongqing hesitated for a moment and said, "It's almost the new year. I should be here to announce the good news. However, there is something that I want to make clear to your majesty. Not long ago, I received news that many generals in Bailiang will gather in the meeting hall in the next few days." The young empress was confused and asked, "Ah. They are going to pay New Year's greetings so early?" Chao Zhongqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With a bit of sentimentality, he said, "According to my original expectations, if he wanted to dispatch troops to Guangling Road, Northern Mang wouldn't be able to stop him, because it wasn't appropriate to hastily dispatch troops down south. Liang wouldn't be able to stop him even more, because the two of them were appointed as Jinggan Road's Jingshu envoys. They were in the wrong. But I have underestimated the cohesion of the Bailiang. Jianghu lowered her head. She said softly, "It's okay. I didn't expect him to come." Chao Chongqing was silent for a long time. Then, he said in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, there is one thing you must remember. It's not that he doesn't want to come, but that he can't. Su Fengnian can't be blamed for this." Jianghu looked at the fire in a daze. She did not say anything. Chao Chongqing smiled bitterly. "Originally, I planned to go north when Bailiang sent troops to Guangling. Now, I have to make other plans." Jianghu, who was absent-minded, did not pay attention to the fact that Chao Chongqing said, "I," instead of leading the troops to the north. Chao Zhongqing used a pair of pliers to poke at the charcoal fire. When the stove was slightly warmer, he said quietly, "I was wrong. Back then, I shouldn't have used the country's interests to force the emperor to return here." Jianghu shook her head. Chao Chongqing suddenly showed an unprecedented anger. "Su Fengnian has never disappointed Bailiang. Why do you Bailiang have to do this? What's the difference between you and me, Chao Chongqing?" Jianghu raised her head. She looked relieved. She smiled and took off the small gourd. She handed it to Chao Chongqing. "Listen, Uncle Chao Chongqing. The white-haired Confucian scholar did not take the small gourd. Instead, he clenched his fists and closed his eyes in pain. Outside the window, the new year had just arrived. It was snowing heavily in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Snow fell from the sky. The human world could not sing. However, in Beiliang, Su Fengnian, Su Weisheng, Chancellor Wang, and Bai Hu, Guangling's little clay figurine and Chao Chongqing. On this New Year's Eve, they seemed to have forgotten that Beiliang was never Liang. Therefore, the next scene was unforgettable for Jinbeilu. Chancellor Wang was even more dumbstruck. Chu Lushan took a step forward and turned around to face the main seat. He bowed his head and said loudly, "Whether the king of Beiliang leads the cavalry south or rushes to Guangling alone, Chu Lushan will not agree." Yuan Zhuozong also took a step forward. His action was exactly the same as Chu Lushan's. "If the king does not have me, Yuan Zhuozong, by his side, of course, I will not agree." Yan Wenluan snorted coldly and took a large step forward. "Still like this," he sneered, "without the great snow dragon cavalry entering the central plains, how can we display the might of my northern Liang army? How can I agree to this?" Su Beiji said lazily, "The king of Beiliang has 300,000 cavalry. How can he lead the bullshit elites from all over the country to the central plains? Beiliang can't afford to lose face like this. How can Su Beiji agree?" Song Dongming immediately stepped out and cupped his fists. He laughed and said, "Everyone says that I, Song Dongming, am not worthy of the title of deputy administrator. That's fine. But is the Northern Liang cavalry, whose combat power is the best in the world, also going to be looked down upon? Even if I am a scholar, I will not agree." Li Hanlin said loudly, "Brother Nian, you want to marry sister-in-law. How can the dowry be less? As your brother, I will not agree." Bai Yu was waiting for him to make the final decision. He smiled, "The Central Plains cannot tolerate a girl who grew up in the Su family. Of course, the Beiliang cavalry will not agree. I believe that Lu Jinu, Wang Lingbao and the others will not agree either." Bai Yu pointed at the empty chair next to the young king. "Even if you, Su Fengnian, agree, the great general will be the first to disagree." Su Fengnian was at a loss. Everyone laughed heartily at the same time. Everyone colluded and acted until now. It was really hard to hold it in. Su Beiji smiled brightly. He and Chu Lushan looked at each other and smiled. They were the initiators of this play. Beiliang, 300,000 cavalry outside the pass, and millions of families inside the pass. They all owed the king of Beiliang a surprise. Under everyone's gaze, Su Fengnian raised his arm, wiped his eyes, and cursed softly, "Bastard." At this moment, everyone said at the same time, "Great General, please sit down." Chancellor Wang looked at the hall full of civil and military officials. The old man sat on the threshold. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. He remembered the catchphrase of a young man and murmured, "Technical work, I can't reward you." At that moment, whether it was fighting with Tuoba Bodhisattva for thousands of miles, or dismounting from his horse to fight against two people, or killing people in the Imperial Astronomer, Su Fengnian had never been so heroic in his life. The young king waved his sleeve and took the lead to sit on the chair and said loudly, "Sit." Chapter 1689. Because Hezhou was adjacent to the Beiliang circuit, after that person slaughtered the king of Beiliang, he was like a little wife who had been bullied for more than 20 years. Now that his little wife had a new husband, he finally felt that he could speak a little louder. Therefore, the military governor of Huai and Huai, Kainan, personally led his army and set up a formation on the border of Yuzhou and Hezhou. He had made up his mind to stop the armored cavalry that had left the territory of the king of vassal states without permission. Because the 800 Phoenix Battalion had passed through the border unimpeded last time, there had been a lot of memorials to impeach him as the great general of the Liang border pass. Kai Nan was well aware that he could turn a blind eye to the 800 white horses' righteous followers. However, this time, if the 10,000 armored cavalry marched straight into the Central Plains, not to mention the imperial censor of the Liang Palace, even the Emperor of Zhao would question his loyalty as a border official. Moreover, this time, the administrator, Han Lin, had also agreed to send troops to stop them. Even this refined civil official, who was at the top of the local hierarchy, dared to disregard life and death. He wore his official robe and personally came to Kai Nan's army, intending to accompany Kai Nan to stop them. Obviously, this newly appointed administrator, who was based in the capital, did not hesitate to put himself in danger in order to show that he would not shy away from Bailiang's edge. On the border, Great General Kai Nan, wearing heavy armor and holding a spear, was looking into the distance. The administrator, Han Lin, who was standing beside Kai Nan, had a complicated expression. As a second-rank official who had not ridden a horse for many years, he did not have time to care about the burning pain in his legs. His face was full of anxiety. When they heard that Bailiang had mobilized the cavalry outside the pass, Han Lin and Kai Nan were both furious and shocked. However, there were some subtle differences. Kai Nan felt that the rebellious young king of vassal states was finally going to rebel, while Han Lin, who was secretly in contact with Mount Qingliang, felt that Su Fengnian had lost his mind. Han Lin, who had always been gentle and refined in the officialdom of the capital, was like an ant on a hot pan in the study 2 days ago. He had not slept the entire night. In addition to submitting a secret memorial to the court that could reach the emperor's desk, the administrator, who was famous for his simple and elegant poetry, had also written a slightly long-winded letter home. At that time, Han Lin understood that the so-called letter home was actually no different from a suicide note. No matter whether Su Fengnian was crazy or not, as long as he blocked the way, the previous pitiful relationship could not stand up to scrutiny. It could not stand up to scrutiny even with a knife. But how could he, Han Lin, not come here? His entire family was in Great Peace City. They were all at the feet of the emperor and under the eaves of the Zhao family. The honor and disgrace of his family were tied to his body. Han Lin could not be here. Han Lin, as a civil official who had walked out of the capital, did not hate or dislike Kai Nan, who was a country bumpkin in the eyes of the officials of the capital who had been in the mud for a long time. However, they could not be said to be close. Thus, during this trip, Han Lin and Kai Nan had only skimmed the surface of the water. Other than the welcoming banquet where the high officials of Huai and Huai came out in full force, Han Lin did not have any private meetings with Kai Nan. This was not only because he was afraid that the court would suspect that a civil and military leader was colluding with each other. In Han Lin's heart, compared to the rough and unrefined Kai Nan, the young king of vassal states, who had been wild and unruly in his youth, was much more romantic. However, today, walking side by side with Kai Nan, there was a feeling of sharing life and death in the face of a great disaster. Han Lin realized that Kai Nan was not as bad as the officials of the capital said. It seemed that in just 20 short years, Liang had gone from honoring martial arts and belittling literature to honoring literature and suppressing martial arts. Kai Nan turned his head and asked with a smile, "Sir Han, did the king of Han not say anything?" Han Lin smiled bitterly. "On the second day of the first month, I paid a special visit to the king of Han's residence. I saw with my own eyes that the king of Han was bedridden and had no color in his face. He struggled to get up several times but fell back into bed." Kai Nan, who usually did not reveal his emotions, clicked his tongue and laughed. To have such a loyal king of the border who serves the country is truly a blessing for the Huai and Huai, and also a blessing for the court. Han Lin consoled, "General Kai, things have already come to this. There is no point in saying more." Kai Nan laughed. "A person is about to die. Can't he grumble a little?" Han Lin looked at the vast expanse of white and sighed. "If I had known this would happen, I would have drunk a few cups with General Kai. Good friends meet on a snowy night." Presumably, even inferior wine can taste good wine. Han Lin realized that the regional governor was staring at him and asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong?" Kai Nan suddenly said softly, "There is nothing wrong. I only hope that after today, the women and children of the Kai family will be taken care of by Sir Han." Han Lin scratched his head in confusion. Just as he was about to ask, his vision suddenly darkened and he fainted. Kai Nan looked at the personal guard who had hit the back of Han Lin's head with the scabbard. She waited until the personal guard jumped off the horse and sat behind the administrator to support Han Lin, who was leaning back. Only then did Kai Nan say, "Take Han Lin back to the manor." The personal guard, who was no longer young, wanted to say something but hesitated. Kai Nan smiled. Old song, back then, when Su Shao led 10,000 cavalry south to patrol the border, as the leading general, I led you all to kneel, causing you all to be unable to raise your heads in front of the court. I know that you old brothers all have resentment in your hearts. 2 years ago, every time you came to pay a New Year's visit, my Kai Nan family's chair seemed to be nailed to the ground. You all quickly left. This is nothing. Kai Nan did not turn his head. He only raised his horsewhip and pointed in the direction of Yuzhou. This time, it's just right. I just want to tell you old brothers that I, Kai Nan, am not scared just because Su Shao led 10,000 cavalry. No, it's just that I, Kai Nan, am a warrior on the battlefield, sincerely admire that great general. It's not just me, our great General Gu also admires him. So this time, it's Su Fengnian leading 10,000 Bailiang cavalry. It's also the king of Bailiang, and it's also the 10,000 great snow dragon cavalry. Of course, I won't be a coward. Old Song, among our old brothers, your Old Song family has the most branches and leaves, and we rely on you the most to carry the rice bowl. This time, you don't have to accompany us. Besides, there's only a few months left until this year's tomb sweeping day. When the time comes, none of our old brothers will be alive to drink some good wine. It's not right. The tall and sturdy personal guard who had followed Kai Nan and Gu Jiantang on expeditions all over the country for half his life opened his mouth wide, but he could not say a single word. Kai Nan sternly said, "Get out of here." The personal guard lowered his head and turned his horse around. He fiercely raised his whip and urged his horse to leave. Kai Nan's teasing words came from behind him. "Remember, when it's tomb sweeping day, you miser that even General Gu has heard of. Don't be so stingy. You have to bring good wine." The personal guard did not turn around. He only suddenly roared, "I won't. I'll just bring 2 fan of silver and a pot of lousy wine for you. When the time comes, if you have the ability, then bring your brothers up from the ground." Kai Nan, whose back was facing the 2 riders of the personal guard, gently let out a breath. He restrained his smile. Ever since the beginning of spring in the 3rd year of Jianghu, there had been endless snow swirling about. It was like this in the sky, and it was also like this on the distant ground today. The great snow dragon cavalry had arrived. The Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world. The great snow dragon cavalry was the best in Bailiang. Kai Nan angrily roared, "Beat the drums." Long before the White Horse cavalry left the provincial capital, on the city wall, Bailiang civil and military officials sent them off. Further away, the 10,000 cavalry had already secretly entered the pass from outside the pass. They had been waiting for a long time outside the city. They were only waiting for the 2nd-generation king of Bailiang to give the order. After nearly 20 years, they once again galloped into the central plains. The Su family's cavalry that shook the world was unstoppable during the Spring and Autumn War. They fought from north to south, and then from south to north. This time, they were going to go south again. In truth, the alliance between Su Beiji and Chu Lushan had not been without resistance. Even He Zhong, Hu, Chen Yun, and Chue Gu, these 3 extremely important veteran generals were not willing to see the Bailiang army break into the central plains at this time. However, Yuan Zhuozong and Yan Wenluan had agreed to it, and Yan Wenluan's unexpectedly firm stance had succeeded in persuading many of these veteran generals. The northern Liang Protector General Chu Lushan, who was as large as a small mountain, stood beside the thin and weak Yan Wenluan. No matter how others looked at it, they felt awkward. Chu Lushan lightly stomped his foot, cupped his hands, and lowered his head with a smile. I really didn't think that old General Yan would agree. I originally thought that I would have to personally make a trip to Yuzhou, but when I thought about how I would have to run from Huaiyang Pass to Xiaoguang City in this terrible weather, I really felt a little guilty. The emaciated old man unhappily said, back then, Lord Protector General led 8,000 Yeluo to stop Dongzhuo's private army. Didn't you think that the bumpy ride would cause you to lose weight? Chu Lushan chuckled and said, how can you argue about the good deeds of being in the limelight and the bad deeds of doing evil deeds? Yan Wenluan pursed his lips. Almost none of the old-school generals of Beiliang liked the infamous Chu Lushan. Putting aside Chu Lushan, even Li Mofen and Chao Xiaojiao were of the same origin as the Beiliang generals, and they would fight to the death in battle. But in terms of character and conduct, could they really be considered good people to the common people? The answer was naturally no. In truth, this was a knot that great General Su Shao had left for the new Prince of Liang, Su Fengnian, to resolve. Beiliang had been at peace for 10 years, and there were as many descendants as there were hairs on an ox. Just how many evil deeds had they committed? Just the deputy commander of the Yuanbu army, Lu Yuanji, was standing on the high walls. Just how many good people had the old man's 3 sons killed? If not for Lin Dofang, his good friend who had retired from the army many years ago, scolding and beating Lu Yuanji in the disturbance outside the pass, the old commander might have been kept in the dark for the rest of his life, mistakenly believing that his 3 sons were just a little useless. In truth, Yan Wenluan and the other elders who were upright also had complaints about the foul atmosphere of the younger generation of their fellow officers. It was just that when the great general was still alive, he had always felt that he owed his old brothers who had fought alongside him, so he had never harbored any thoughts of killing them. Moreover, the new Prince of Liang had also been a sloppy scoundrel in his early years, so the great general had to put himself in his shoes. Yan Wenluan got straight to the point. The New Year's Eve matter was handled beautifully, but even so, I, Yan Wenluan, still can't bring myself to like you, Chu Lushan. Chapter 1690. Chu Lushan rubbed his hands and turned his head with a smile. Old General Yan, you're not a beauty. If an old man likes me, there's nothing to be happy about. Yan Wenluan snorted and stopped talking. On the crowded city wall, great ancestor Gu stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Partridge Zhou Kong hesitated and left Lin Dofang and the others. He walked to great ancestor Gu alone, but there was still a distance between them. Great ancestor Gu showed no signs of speaking. Zhou Kong hesitated a few times, but he didn't leave angrily. His tone was stiff as he said sarcastically, Deputy Commander Gu, aren't you always tough? You clearly didn't want His Highness to lead the army south to the Central Plains. Why were you willing to be a mute last night? Great ancestor Gu smiled and said, Sir Zhou, what reason do you want to hear? Do you want me to admit that I'm a fence-sitter? Zhou Kong was also straightforward. He nodded and said, if you say so, I'll go down the city wall and find some wine to drink. Great ancestor Gu said calmly, then I'll have to disappoint Sir Zhou. I didn't stop His Highness because I didn't say anything righteous, but I didn't have any dirty thoughts. I don't need to prove anything in Beiliang. Partridge tilted his head and picked his ears. He sneered and said, this is what Deputy Commander Gu should say. Unfortunately, His Highness has already left the city. Great ancestor Gu said to himself, which old man hasn't been young? Who doesn't have 1 or 2 girls they like? I have one, but I missed her back then. That's why I've lived to this age. I don't know if it was because I wasn't suitable for her or because I was timid. Sir Zhou, you're a famous husband and wife who help each other in difficult times. I don't think you understand. Zhou Kong was silent for a long time. He exhaled heavily and said in a low voice, "We've been husband and wife for a long time. Naturally, we should treat each other with respect. In fact, when we were young, there was also a fire between us." Great Ancestor Gu sighed and said, "At least they've been together. That's better than me." Zhou Kong suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Lin Dofang! Didn't you elope with a certain southern Tang princess back then?" Our Commander Gu said that he actually loved that princess before. From Commander Gu's tone, the two of them had an unclear relationship in the early years. "Why don't the two of you talk about it?" Lin Dafang widened his eyes and said, "What? You with the surname Gu, you better explain yourself." Lu Yuanji was immediately amused. He winked at Wei Taizhan and said, "This is going to be a good show." Grand Ancestor Gu was stunned. By the time Great Ancestor Gu came to his senses, the partridge who had set him up had already run away. He could only see the back of the partridge in the distance. Seeing Lin Dufang trotting over aggressively, Great Ancestor Gu also ran down the city wall without saying anything, and yelled, "Zhou, if I don't beat you to death today, my surname will be Gu." After the two of them ran far away, Lin Dofang stopped and laughed heartily. Lin Dufang was no fool. How could he really believe Zhou Kang's nonsense? Yul Wandao stood next to Hu Kuei. Just like Su Beiji and Tian Peifang, Hu Kuei's position as Yozhou's provincial governor was about to be vacated. Unlike Su Beiji and Tian Peifang, Hu Kuei's ambition was never to become an official. His gaze was always on the battlefield outside the pass. Hu Kuei wasn't the only one like this in Yuzhou. Even Yozhou's General Huangfu Shi seemed to be getting restless, as if he wanted to move his butt over to Xiaoguang City. Moreover, Hu Kuei and old Marshal Chen Yinshui had come to Liangzhou together. The old man's words had revealed some clues that the Yuzhou infantry really did need a young general in the prime of his life. Although Chen Yinshui didn't say it outright, the old man clearly hoped that Hu Kuei would take the position of number 3 in the Yuzhou infantry. He also hoped that Hu Kuei could use this opportunity to speak to the prince and not let Huangfu Shi take the initiative. But in the end, Hu Kuei still didn't say anything. For this reason, the old man didn't give him the slightest bit of face today. The Beiliang frontier army was still divided into various factions, but they were no longer as clearly divided as they were in the past. With the conclusion of the first battle of Liangmang, there were some subtle changes that naturally took place. For example, Chen Shiliang got along rather well with the entire Longxiang army. He Zhonghu, Zhou Kong, and the other veteran generals regarded him highly. They believed that this young man was one of the few unswerving scholars. Even if he didn't want to be a civil official, he could still be a Confucian general. Meanwhile, Su Beiji was rather close to Lingzhou's General Han Laozhan and Deputy General Wang Ji. It could be said that the entire Lingzhou army was happy to treat Su Beiji as part of their maternal family. And Yul Wandao, who had truly made a name for himself in Yuzhou, got along the best with Hu Kuei. As for the prince's trusted aide, Huangfu Shi, he didn't care at all. Not far from the two of them stood Huangfu Shi and Ko Jianghuai, who stood side by side. Although they were both generals of a province, there was a world of difference in terms of background and reputation. Huangfu Shi didn't understand why Ko Jianghuai was willing to get close to him, a famous loner in the officialdom. Ko Jianghuai lay on the arrow pile with a smile and said, "General Huangfu, there are countless capable people in the Beiliang frontier army, but I feel that the two of us are the most similar. Not only do we dare to gamble, but we don't gamble on a small scale. If we want to gamble, we gamble on a big scale." Huangfu Shi shook his head. "I came from a Jianghu boorish background. Even if I went bankrupt, how much money would I have? I can't compare to General Ko, who originally had hopes of being made a marquis in West Chu." Ko Jianghuai also shook his head. "I went bankrupt and took out 1,000 taels of gold. I'm willing to put 1,000 taels of gold on the gambling table. You're going to starve to death tomorrow. You only have 10 taels of gold in your pocket, but you also put 10 taels of gold on the gambling table. The level of gambling addiction is actually the same. Huang Fushi said something baffling. Perhaps there is no difference in the level of gambling addiction. I just don't know what Ko Jianghuai's gambling character is like. Chapter 1691. Ko Jianghuai turned his head to look at the Yuzhou general who had both praise and blame in Beiliang. He asked with a smile, "What, is the general worried for the prince that if I become a slave to 2 families today, I might go to Beimang tomorrow and become a slave to 3 families?" Huang Fushi's expression was normal. "General Ko, I did not say that, nor do I dare say it." Ko Jianghuai dismissed it with a smile and asked, after hearing General Huang Fu's story, "I am very curious as to why you are so loyal to Su Fengnian. Can you tell me?" Huang Fushi smiled insincerely. "General Ko, my words are not pleasant to the ears. Please don't take offense. The 2 of us are not that close. However, if there is a chance one day when we go into battle together to kill the enemy, it is not too late to say a few heartfelt words." Ko Jianghuai smiled. "What, General Huangfu wants to go to Liuzhou's Longxiang army to become a deputy general?" Without waiting for Huang Fushi to reply, Ko Jianghuai had already asked and answered his own question. General of Yuzhou and deputy general of the Longxiang army are equal positions. However, in Beiliang, the cavalry of the Liangzhou border army looks down on the infantry of the Liangzhou border army looks down on the Yuzhou army, and the Yuzhou army looks down on the Lingzhou army, which does not even have a decent border. The Longxiang army is an elite force pulled out from the Liangzhou cavalry at the border, and the deputy general with real power in the Longxiang army. Of course, the Yuzhou general cannot be compared to the Yuzhou general who has his hands and feet tied. Then, I will congratulate General Huangfu on your promotion. It seems that I will not have to wait too long to hear General Huangfu's heartfelt words. Huang Fushi secretly glanced at Hu Kuei, the corners of his mouth rising. General Ko is indeed sharper than others. Ko Jianghuai said with a smile, "I like hearing these words. It has been a long time since I have heard someone praise me to my face." Huang Fushi nodded. "Let me say this first. When I go to Liuzhou to take up my duties, perhaps it will be difficult for General Ko not to hear it." Ko Jianghuai laughed and said, "Bring it on." Suddenly, Ko Jianghuai, who was chatting happily with Ko Jianghuai, heard someone call out to him. It was Yul Wandao, whom he regarded as his mortal enemy. Compared to the lukewarm attitude Ko Jianghuai had toward Xia Shibian back in Guangling Road, Yul Wandao, who was also a descendant of a powerful family and had made a name for himself at a young age, disliked Yul Wandao very much. Presumably, Yul Wandao had the same attitude toward him. 2 tigers could not live on the same mountain, which should be referring to Ko Jianghuai and Yul Wandao. However, the 2 of them would only fight in secret and never openly. Hearing Yul Wandao's shout, Ko Jianghuai smiled and turned his head to ask, "General Yu, what can I do for you?" The one who spoke was not Yul Wandao, but Hu Kuei. The latter walked a few steps closer and asked softly, "Ko Jianghuai, regarding the 3 plans of West Chu going up north, down south, and west, I have thought about it for a long time, but I dare not make any rash assertions. After all, I am not a citizen of West Chu and have been away from the Central Plains for more than a decade. I am far from General Ko's grasp of West Chu's situation." Ko Jianghuai did not hesitate in the slightest. He said straightforwardly, "If I am in charge of West Chu, naturally I will go up north and fight to the death with Lu Shengxiang. To say something off-topic, I have always guessed that Chao Chongqing and the 2 Liao's Gu Jiantang, and even Beimang's Wang Sui have reached some kind of consensus. If Xia Shi is in Chao Chongqing's position, I reckon he will cross the Guangling River to the south, do his best to defeat the southern border army, which has already been betrayed by Wu Zhongshuan, and then try to conquer the area along the river. If he cannot even defend the Guangling River, then he will retreat again and again, retreating into the miasma-filled Shirwan mountain range. When Beimang and Liyang are beaten half to death, then he will find an opportunity to run out. Today he will pick up sesame seeds, tomorrow he will nibble on watermelon rind, and this kind of pitiful accumulation of little drops into an ocean. But in the end, whether he can succeed or not, he can no longer rely on himself, he can only rely on his own life. As for what Chao Chongqing himself thinks, I can't figure it out, and I don't feel like thinking about it. In any case, I have always felt that this great officer has already gone crazy. Hu Kuei was the kind of warrior who was born for the battlefield. Being provoked by Ko Jianghui, he unconsciously began to point and gesticulate on the battlements. West Chu has now been surrounded like dumplings. To the east is Song Li, the turtle-dove occupying the magpie's nest. To the south is Yan Qi's King Zhaobing, who has just personally set out, as well as Nalin Yusi, who is standing behind this old vassal king. To the west is the Southern Expedition Great General Wu Zhongshuan's 100,000 elite troops who broke away from the southern border under his command. They must not be underestimated. Moreover, now that he is the Minister of War in Liyang, the army provisions have been greatly tilted. Together with the King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, the military administrator Wen Tai, and the Jidushi Ma Zhongxian, it is as if they have become Wu Zhongshuan's Ministry of Revenue officials on the Western Front. As for the Northern Front, Lu Xingxiang has begun to behave like the earliest spring and autumn war, fighting without following the rules. Plus, there is Chen Zhibao and those 10,000 Western Shu infantrymen who appear and disappear unpredictably. Therefore, West Chu's Northern Front is suffering the most. General Ko, according to your opinion, if we head north, how should we fight? Should we first look for Chen Zhibao's infantry or Lu Xingxiang's cavalry? If we use Xia Shi's troops heading south, wouldn't we be playing right into the hands of the Liang imperial court? After speaking for a long time, when Hu Kuei raised his head, he saw a young face rolling his eyes. Very quickly, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Hu Kuei no longer wanted to be treated coldly. Ko Jianghui laughed heartlessly. Lord Hu, oh Lord Hu, I'm just a Dechu citizen who hides his head and tail in your Beiliang. Even now I don't care about the Guangling Law battle. What are you worrying about? Hu Kuei did not get angry. He laughed calmly. General Ko, I think I'm worrying too much. Yul Wandao frowned. Ko Jianghui raised his eyebrows and gave Yul Wandao a provocative look. In Beiliang, among the civil officials, there were Song Dongming and Bai Yu, as well as Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang. It seemed that among the military generals, there was another pair of enemies, Ko Jianghui and Yul Wandao. It was the beginning of spring in the third year of Xiangfu. Perhaps after the sounds of firecrackers in various parts of the Central Plains, there was still time to clean up the House of Red. 10,000 great snow dragon cavalry came down to Jiangnan. Other than the 800 Phoenix battalions, there was also the 100 cavalry and 100 swords of the Wu family. There was Yuan Suozong, Yul Wandao, Hong Yu, and Hong Shuan. There was the king of Beiliang. Su Fengnian. Chapter 1692. Early in the morning, a young woman and an old man walked out of the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. Both of them had a deep relationship with the Su family. The old man was called Wang Linquan. He was a lackey of the old Prince Liang in the early years. He was even very familiar with Lin Dofang and the others. Therefore, this time his daughter did not become the princess of Beiliang and refused the position of deputy supervisor of North City. At this time, Wang Linquan was taking a walk with Queen Chu Dong by the Tidehark Lake. Looking at his daughter who was still carefree, the old man was both relieved and worried. He was relieved that his daughter would not be bullied here, but he was worried that her identity would change in the future. No matter how easy it was to get along with her in-laws, after a long time, it was inevitable that there would be unexpected bumps and bruises. His daughter was so simple, how could she scheme against others and compete for favor? What's more, Wang Linquan had always disliked the woman surnamed Lu who came from Qingzhou. He had long despised the famous scholar Lu Dongjiang. To be honest, Wang Linquan had never hit the Lu family when they were down. But Wang Linquan also knew that his son-in-law hoped that he could get along well with the Lu family, and even helped the Lu family in some things. But Wang Linquan had never thought that he was a perfect person. He would not be a bad person, nor would he do good deeds that would harm his opponents. Fortunately, the young lord had never forced Wang Linquan to do anything. So Wang Linquan was happy to play dumb and watch the Lu family disgracing themselves. Wang Linquan stopped and looked around quickly. Then, he said softly, "My daughter, you'll be married soon. Father and mother don't want you to run back to your parents' home if you're wronged. No matter how close you are to your parents' home, it's not good. It's just that, but if you're really wronged, you still have to tell father and mother. A married daughter is like spilled water. Don't take it seriously." Listening to her father's contradictory words, Wang Chudong grinned. Wang Linquan hurriedly reminded her, "My dear daughter, how many times has your mother told me to smile without showing my teeth?" Wang Chudong made a lively and naughty face. Wang Linquan said helplessly, "You never grow up. How can we be assured that you will get married?" Wang Chudong smiled and said, "If you can't bear to, then I won't get married." Wang Linquan raised his hand and pretended to hit her. But as a father who was famous in Qingzhou for spoiling his daughter, he could not bear to hit her. He was not even willing to scold her, let alone hit her. Wang Chudong's hands twisted behind his back as he looked up and said in a soft voice, "Father, actually I know that even if big sister Lu doesn't become the legal princess, it won't be my turn. It should be that West Chu woman surnamed Jiang. The woman His Highness can't let go of the most is her, but she isn't suited to be the Northern Liang princess. So it is not easy for sister Lu. Father, I know you're afraid that I'll be angry, but I'm not angry, nor am I unhappy. Every time His Highness returns to Mount Qingliang, he'll take the time to ask daughter about the plot lines in The First Snow. He even said that when he's truly free, he'll personally watch me write a novel about his 3 travels through Jianghu. He said that I should write about him as a hero. I told His Highness that it wouldn't be a problem to write about him as chivalrous and soul-stirring, but the Jianghu heroine he likes must be surnamed Wang, and she must be an outstanding beauty." Wang Linquan was speechless. Young people these days, he really did not understand. Wang Chudong narrowed her eyes and smiled like crescent moons. "Father, if you have time, you should drink more tea with that Mr. Lu. Father, didn't you like to pretend to be cultured? Sitting at the same table as the famous Lu Jiao, you will have a lot of face, right?" Wang Linquan said with a stern face, "His threshold is high. Your father is old and cannot cross it." Wang Chudong shook Wang Linquan's arm. Wang Linquan's face was heavy. "Did King Lu tell you to do this? He wants me to take the initiative to be friendly with the Lu family?" Wang Chudong shook her head and said seriously, "Father, no." Wang Linquan looked into his daughter's eyes and stared for a moment before finally nodding, "I believe in my daughter, and I also believe in the great general's son." Wang Chudong wrinkled her nose and said, "Wrong, wrong. Believing in our Bailiang's king also means believing in your son-in-law." Wang Linquan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "Father will listen to you." Wang Chudong suddenly said carefully, "Father, can we really treat the Lu family as relatives in the future? The kind that is neither close nor far, the kind that is just icing on the cake?" Wang Linquan sighed and rubbed his daughter's head. "I know, I'll take care of it. I'm afraid that Lu Jiao won't appreciate my good intentions and might even misunderstand that I have ulterior motives. Forget it, forget it. Father also knows that being on good terms with the Lu family, in the end, is for my daughter to be here. It is better to be friends here. It's just that in the past, I always felt that there was something stuck in my heart. Father is too narrow-minded." Wang Chudong lowered her head. "Father, it is your daughter who has wronged you." Wang Linquan smiled happily, "Silly daughter. Unless it is a girl who is not sensible at all, there is no daughter in the world who can let father be wronged. Who says that daughters will always side with outsiders when they grow up? Our family is not like that. Father is very happy, really." Wang Chudong smiled brightly. Wang Linquan said in a low voice, "Daughter, your mother is right. Between women, if there is no competition, there is a big competition." Wang Chudong smiled like a little fox who had just cultivated in the deep mountains and forests. "Father, what did you say? I didn't hear you." Wang Linquan laughed and did not say anything else. The Lu mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was reasonable, but definitely unexpected, to welcome a rare guest. Lu Qingyan was the future Bailiang's princess consort with a simple carriage and simple entourage. The servants of the Lu mansion, who did not share the surname of the Lu family, kept this woman's indifferent relationship with the Bailiang's officialdom a secret. Even the arrogant Lu family members no longer regarded this cruel and merciless woman as part of their family. They were all afraid and resentful, and their feelings were complicated. In the first year of the auspicious talisman, the Lu family was still well off in Bailiang. The second year of the auspicious talisman was more difficult, but things took a turn for the better after autumn. This year, at the beginning of spring, there was a joyous occasion. As for Lu Qingyan's return to the family, the Lu family members, who were much stronger than last year, actually had some strange remarks. "Oh, didn't you say that you would no longer care about the life and death of the Lu family? What, you just heard that your father is about to become the provincial governor of Liangzhou, and now you remember that you have such a family? Don't you feel ashamed? You rushed here at the beginning of the first month to give your father a New Year's greeting? Could it be that you are not as comfortable in Mount Qingliang as the outside world said?" Lu Qingyan went straight to Lu Dongjiang's small courtyard under the lead of the Lu family's old steward, who bowed and bent his knees. At this time, Lu Dongjiang was indeed in the courtyard writing characters with a broom dipped in water. When the current master of the Lu family saw his daughter appear at the courtyard door, he did not immediately put down the special broom. He waited until the small bucket was completely empty before he handed the broom to a young servant girl with a graceful figure. Then he took a handkerchief and wiped his hands. He turned around leisurely and smiled. "Chengyan, you are here." Lu Dongjiang's thoughts about this daughter, who was valued by the old master of the Lu family, were actually more complicated than the other Lu family members. This daughter, who had not been close to him since she was young, had too much of the old master Lu Feiqi's imprint on her. Many people even believed that if Lu Qingyan was not a girl, the position of master of the Lu family would not have been given to Lu Dongjiang. Lu Dongjiang knew that this was not absurd. That night at the gate of Qingzhou, if Lu Qingyan was not a daughter but his son, then he would not have been able to take the inconspicuous bamboo lantern from the old ancestor's hand. Lu Dongjiang hoped more than anyone that the Lu family could achieve great success in Bailiang. He hoped more than anyone that the old ancestor would be glad that he was the one who gave the lantern to him. Lu Qingyan said expressionlessly, "Do you know why the Lu family can have a provincial governor?" Lu Dongjiang was stunned and sneered. "Even if there are many reasons, at least it is not because of your pillow talk, Qingyan." Lu Qingyan twitched the corner of her mouth. Looking at the current provincial governors of Bailiang, Yang Guangdou of Liuzhou, Chen Shiliang, Chang Sui of Lingzhou, Song Yan. As for Yuzhou, the position of provincial governor has been vacant for 2 years. There is only provincial governor Hu Kuei. Lu Dongjiang answered with confidence and smiled. Now Liangzhou, which is one level higher than the other 3 provinces, has also been vacant for a long time. The provincial governor of Liangzhou, Tian Peifang, and the deputy administrator, Song Dongming, have a good relationship with your father. Although there is no drinking and drinking, the friendship between gentlemen is as clear as water. Chapter 1693. Lu Qingyan stared at the man she hadn't called Dad for a long time. Her eyes were dark and gloomy, and there was deep sorrow in them. She asked, "Does the Lu family know that the Su family, which has retreated time and time again, will start to reason with the Lu family instead of being sentimental after having a secondary grade 2 governor of Liangzhou? Do you know that your actions are equivalent to monopolizing the fate of 2 generations of the Lu family?" Lu Dongjiang said angrily, Lu Chengyan, don't forget that I'm your father. Lu Chengyan smiled bitterly and said, Lu Dongjiang, if I really forgot, why would I come here? Don't you realize that the reason why I didn't hesitate to break off relations with the Lu family and act like we won't interact with each other for the rest of our lives is to make him feel guilty towards the Lu family? Do you think he doesn't know about my selfishness? It's not that he doesn't know, but that he pretends not to know. Do you really think that Tian Peifang, that old fox, and Song Dongming, that great talent who could support the government of a country, would treat you as someone who would help the people just because you are good at handwriting in Lu Dongjiang? Are you stupid or are they stupid? Is there no one in the Lu family who isn't blind? It was unknown whether it was anger, fear, or regret. Lu Dongjiang stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at the woman who was becoming more and more unfamiliar. Lu Chengyan, you bastard! Get out of the Lu family. Lu Chengyan actually laughed. Don't worry, I'll get out. But before that, I want to take away the ancestor's portrait from the ancestral hall. I'm afraid that he won't be able to rest in peace if he looks at this family every day. Lu Dongjiang glared at her. You dare? Lu Chengyan narrowed her eyes and said coldly, Lu Dongjiang, from the moment I decided to come here today, I no longer consider myself a member of the Lu family. I'm just a daughter-in-law of the Su family. So if you still want to be the Liangzhou provincial governor, shut up. Lu Chengyan repeated, shut up, do you hear me? Lu Dongjiang's face was ashen, but for some reason, he could not utter a single vicious word. In the small courtyard, not far from the father and daughter, the beautiful servant girl that Lu Dongjiang had just taken in from Yanji County was already scared half to death. She wished she could close her eyes and cover her ears as she squatted on the ground. On this day, Lu Chengyan calmly leaves the Lu family with a scroll in her hand. No one sees her off. When Lu Chengyan sat in the carriage, she held the portrait of her ancestor tightly, lowered her head, and bit her arm to prevent herself from crying out loud. She did not want the coachman, who was the chief steward of the prince's mansion, Song Yu, to hear it. Suddenly, not only did the carriage not immediately head for Mount Qingliang, it seemed to have met Lu Chengyan by chance before she left the house. It also seemed like a steward who had suddenly decided to act as the future Wang Fei's coachman. He lightly knocked on the curtain. Lu Chengyan suppressed her sobs and asked softly, Steward Song, what's wrong? Through the curtain of the carriage, Song Yu said, before His Highness left, he told me to give Princess a small brocade pouch when Princess returned to her parents' home and then to Mount Qingliang. A corner of the curtain of the carriage was gently lifted. Song Yu handed over an exquisite brocade pouch that he had carefully kept. Lu Chengyan opened the brocade pouch in confusion. There was only one piece of paper inside with one sentence written on it. Lu Chengyan burst into tears. This lucky woman who was said to be a match made in heaven with the young king, this foolish woman who had once secretly lit the life-exchanging lantern and used her life to exchange for his life, this strong woman who had single-handedly shouldered the fate of the family after the death of her ancestor, this crazy woman who could make her father shut up, for the first time in her life, cried without restraint. On that piece of paper, the handwriting was familiar and meticulous. It said, "Don't cry, we are family in this life." On this day, the civil and military officials of Great Peace City, who had just finished celebrating the New Year, were all frowning on their way to the first morning court of the New Year. Even the Duke of Yen, Gao Shizhi, and the Marquis of Huaiyang, Song Downing, looked serious after getting off the carriage. In reality, the two of them had already entered the palace last night to see the emperor. Not only them, but the prominent officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries had also gathered. Although the young emperor appeared calm and only said that 10,000 cavalrymen from northern Liang had charged into Hezhou under the banner of Jingnan and Guangling, his tone was light and casual. However, the emperor was suppressing his anger. Everyone present could clearly see it. In the end, there were not many substantive countermeasures. Among them, the Assistant Minister of Rights, Jean Lanting, suggested that the Assistant Minister of War, Su Gong, withdraw from the Liangliao border and lead the elite troops of the capital to Guangling Path to reinforce the south, conquering commander Lu Shengxiang. The emperor did not agree or refuse. The assistant minister of war, Tang Taizhuang, suggested that the court order the Jizhou general, Yuan Tingshan, to go down south to Guangling and advance together with the troops of assistant minister Su Gong. There was an old assistant minister of revenue. For some reason, he was afraid that the 10,000 Bailiang cavalry would not go to Guangling Path to quell the rebellion but instead turn around and go straight to Great Peace City. Thus, he suggested to the emperor that the king of Shu should take 10,000 more troops from his territory. At that time, the young emperor's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, Tantanon quickly added that the 10,000 troops could be temporarily lent to Assistant Minister Su of the Ministry of War. Gao Shizhi looked at his childhood friend, whose face was pale because of the cold, and asked softly, "Why didn't you change into a thicker fur coat?" Song Downing said bitterly, "I didn't sleep at all last night. The study was warm, so I casually picked up this one. It's not like you don't know my temper. When I went out, my face was probably not very good. How would the servants of the manor dare to come near me and ask for trouble?" Without another word, Gao Shizhi took off the fur coat on his body and switched it with Song Downing. Like a servant of the Marquis of Huaiyang, he personally helped the Marquis in front of him change. Song Downing said softly, "Old Gao, if there is a day when Great Peace City can see the smoke of war and we have to go to the top of the city wall to shoot the enemy, will you die first or will I die first?" Gao Shizhi spat a few times and said angrily, "It's the new year, can you not say such unlucky things?" Song Downing laughed and said, "Just take it as a child's words carry no harm, a child's words carry no harm, ha." Gao Shizhi lowered his voice and said, "I can't guarantee anything else, but even if Liao Gu Jiantang rebelled, Bailiang Su Fengnian would not attack Great Peace City." Song Downing asked curiously, "Is it really as the rumors say, that Su Fengnian really went to save a girl from West Chu? I originally didn't believe it and just thought it was a joke." Gao Shizhi bared his teeth and said, "That guy, what can't he do? Can a normal person take on Dong Tai and Chao Chongqing? Can a normal person kill their way in and out of the Imperial Astronomer?" Song Downing stopped and asked in a low voice, "Is the girl's identity as the rumors say, the Empress of West Chu?" Gao Shizhi shook his head and said, "That's hard to say. Only the heavens know if it's true or false." Song Downing asked, "Gao Shizhi, do you know when the news of the Bailiang Su family hiding the fallen princess of Dechu spread in Great Peace City?" Gao Shizhi had a headache and said, "In fact, this kind of rumor has been around for a long time. It's just that it didn't spread widely at that time, so it didn't cause any big waves. But last winter, it suddenly started to stir in the city and got out of hand. Your Marquis Fu has strict rules, so you don't have to listen. You don't want to hear this kind of unpresentable rumor." Song Downing sank into deep thought. Gao Shizhi smiled and said, "What is there to think about? In my view, it's definitely that Jean Lanting who doesn't grow his beard that is stirring up trouble. Gao Tingshu and Wu Congxian are running errands and cannot escape. I'm puzzled, why does this Bailiang person hate Bailiang more than us, the people of Jingdo?" Song Downing sighed softly and said, "The people of the countryside have to fight for water with the same village, the colleagues in the officialdom have to fight for the same chair. It's all the same. In any case, when some scholars are unreasonable, you can't say anything." Gao Shizhi was puzzled and said, "Aren't you a scholar?" Song Downing glared and said, "It's the new year, why are you scolding people?" Gao Shizhi was instantly speechless. Motherf ******, the people beside us are the best scholars in Liang. Even if you are the Marquis of Huaiyang, if these words get out, let's see if you won't be drowned in spit." Gao Shizhi and Song Downing walked side by side. "Downing, do you think that the boy of the Su family will really rebel?" Song Downing smiled and asked, "Scared?" Gao Shizhi muttered, "The Bailiang cavalry in the west, the Beimang barbarians in the north, and the West Chu Chao Chongqing in the south. If it's really like this, aren't you scared? Song Downing said playfully, who was it that just said that the Bailiang definitely won't come to Great Peace City for free? Gao Shizhi said with a bitter face, the affairs of the world are hard to predict. If the young man surnamed Su really is that kind of infatuated person who doesn't want the country and wants the beauty, then it's over. Song Downing's face was not much better. Tell me the truth, what are you scared of? Gao Shizhi's face turned red, and he said in a low voice, what's there to be scared of about the Beimang and West Chu? I'm scared that the Bailiang won't defend the country. Gao Shizhi originally thought that after saying this, he would be laughed at by his good brothers. He did not think that the Marquis of Huaiyang would say softly, I'm also scared of the Bailiang cavalry. Do you think that in today's imperial court, who really isn't scared? Chapter 1694. In today's court assembly, Jean Lanting, who had kept a low profile at the end of the second year of Xiangfu, suddenly became the loudest official in the court. Even Tang Taizuang from the Ministry of War lost his limelight. Under Jean Lanting's suggestion, the court passed a series of policies without a small court assembly. Among them, Assistant Minister Su Gong of the Ministry of War, who had helped the emperor patrol the two borderlands of Liaodong and made great military achievements last year in assisting Gu Jiantang, was finally able to withdraw from the cold palace of Liaodong. Not only did he successfully return from outside the Great Pass, he also led 20,000 elite troops from the capital to the south to reinforce Lu Xingxiang. The recently promoted General Li Chang'an became Assistant Minister Su's assistant. Young officials from the Ministry of War, such as Gao Ting, Xu Kong, Zhenrong, followed the two officials out of the capital to gain experience and finally had a chance to make a name for themselves. Jizhou General Yuan Tingshan led 10,000 troops each to leave the border and enter the central plains through the Great Pass, advancing side by side with Su Gong's army. Then there was the imperial edict to western Shu, ordering the king of Shu, Chen Jibao, to transfer 10,000 elite troops from the Shu lands to participate in suppressing the rebellion in Guangling. These troops would be jointly commanded by Su Gong and Chen Jibao. Compared to Jean Lanting's loyalty to the country and his ability to solve problems for the court, the Imperial College's Yao Baifeng's suggestion at the end of the court assembly immediately made the already heavy atmosphere in the court even more silent. This great scholar of Confucianism, who came from the northwest, suggested that the matter of the transport should be related to the transport. Jing'an Magistrate Wen Tai had just arrived in the region, and the government affairs were already heavy. It should be handed over to the transport officials to handle the specific matters. Wen Tai only needed to grasp the overall situation. If it was in the past, there would be countless civil officials and generals who would jump out to refute the left chancellor even if the emperor didn't say anything. However, today, the young emperor was sitting on the dragon throne high above without saying a word. His line of sight wandered around. However, as far as he could see, there were only officials who lowered their heads in silence. There wasn't a single official who stood out and spoke heroic words. In the end, the young emperor approached from afar. He slowly retracted his gaze and rested it on a group of officials from the 6 ministries. In the end, someone finally stood out. It was Chen Wang of Menxia province. Chen Wang did not completely overturn Yao Baifeng's suggestion. Instead, he proposed a compromise. First, the Ministry of Personnel would strictly examine the resumes of the main officials of the transport. Once the court had finalized the candidates, the administrator Wen Tai would let go of the burden. For the time being, Wen Tai would still be fully in charge of the transport of Guangling. After the court session ended, the emperor had no intention of holding a small court session. Thus, all the officials left the hall and went straight to the various yamen. Jean Lanting, who had become a laughing stock in the officialdom at the end of last year, could finally hold his head high today. Needless to say, some of the officials who had forgotten to pay a New Year's visit because of too many trivial matters, would flock over and line up outside the assistant minister's residence. Of course, the list of gifts would be the same. Yao Baifeng didn't have any officials around him today. The old man didn't mind and didn't rush down the stairs. He stared blankly at the imperial road in his field of vision, which seemed to be bound behind the door. A young voice sounded beside the old man, "Left Chancellor, your stove is cold. It will be difficult to open a meal in the future." The old man didn't turn his head. There weren't many young people in Liang imperial court who dared to speak to their seniors in such a cynical tone. Those who were qualified to attend the court session could be counted on one's fingers. Beiliang's humble scholar, Sun Yin, had already experienced ups and downs in the officialdom of the capital at a young age. Sun Yin continued to tease, "Lord Yao, you are really a scholar. You chose this time to be a loyal official. You deserve it." The old man mocked himself, "Do I need to choose the right time to be a loyal official?" Sun Yin nodded and said seriously, "That's right. I have to look at the almanac to check the time before I go out." The old man dismissed it with a smile, "I can't be that kind of loyal official." Sun Yin gloated and laughed, "It's actually a good thing that Lord Yao has the intention to retire. I, Sun Yin, fell in the Imperial College. All day long, I was thinking about when I could make a comeback from the Imperial College. Now that the left chancellor's seat is empty, I have a chance. Just for this, I, Sun Yin, have to thank Lord Yao in person." Unexpectedly, the old man didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, he nodded and said, "It's good that you, Sun Yin, go to the Imperial College. I finally understand that the Imperial College is no longer a place for me to teach. It's no longer a place for me to study." Sun Yin said in surprise, "Lord Yao, don't tell me you want to resign and return to your hometown?" The old man laughed, "I'm not stupid. How can I return at this time? I've just slapped the imperial court once. If I do it again, how many lives do I, Yao Baifeng, have?" Sun Yin clicked his tongue and said, "So Lord Yao has studied so much that you don't understand the ways of the world. In the end, you haven't reached the point where you can't be saved." The inflexible old man joked for the first time, "It's rare that someone is willing to flatter me. I have to thank you." Sun Yin waved his hand and said, "Don't just say it. When Lord Yao hands in your resignation, remember to put in a few good words for me." The old man didn't nod or shake his head. He only sighed and said, "Ji province's Yuan Tingshan entered the central plains at Ji Ziku. Although I'm a scholar who can't even be considered an armchair strategist, I still understand that those 20,000 soldiers aren't going to Guangling Road to quell the rebellion. They're going to intercept the Beiliang cavalry. By the time the Ji province soldiers are gone, the 10,000 Shu soldiers will have almost reached the northern part of Guangling Road. At the same time, I reckon that Assistant Minister Su's command seal will have reached the army. One chain after another. It's hard for Jean Lanting, the Assistant Minister of Rights, to worry so much about the military and national affairs. It's even harder for his suggestions to be accepted by the imperial court." Sun Yin said in a low voice, "Lord Yao, do you really think that this is Jean Lanting's idea? Do you really think that it's a good thing that Su Gong left the two Liao provinces to lead troops south?" The old man turned his head and smiled, "I'm just a scholar, so I really don't understand these things. Is there knowledge in these things?" Sun Yin smiled and said, "I heard that Lord Yao has some good wine in your residence." The old man was stunned. He pulled on Sun Yin's sleeve and walked down the stairs with him. He lowered his voice and said, "Green Ant. When I heard the results of the Liangmang War last year, I drank it all up." Sun Yin smiled but didn't say anything. The old man wasn't as thick-skinned as Sun Yin. He said helplessly, "There are only 2 or 3 jars left. Don't even think about them. As for the other good wine, no matter how expensive it is, I'll still treat you to it." Sun Yin's face was full of disdain. Chapter 1695. The two of them walked out of the gate side by side. Sun Yin suddenly stopped keeping the old man in suspense and whispered, "Jean Lanting and Tang Taizuang are in cahoots. That's why Su Gong went to fight the Beiliang cavalry." The old man was startled at first, then sighed. He looked around and finally gave up. This was indeed not the place for him to teach. Sun Yin turned and walked away, smiling. Sir Yao probably doesn't even have a posthumous title. Sun Yin, won't add insult to injury and drink green ant wine. Sun Yin walked a few steps, then suddenly turned around and lightly patted his chest. I have a bow. It's not suitable for me to give it to Sir Yao in public, but keep it in your heart. 20 years later, in the middle of summer, Sun Yin had just become the second minister of appointments of the new Liang dynasty, a powerful second-rank heavenly official. One day, someone suddenly came to visit the bustling Sun Manor, claiming to be a disciple of the Yao family. The already busy gatekeeper ignored him. Even when the Sun Manor was about to close its doors in the evening, the travel-worn young man was still unwilling to leave. He had no choice but to mention his grandfather's name. Although the gatekeeper was a slick person born and raised in the capital, he didn't know that there was such a big shot as Yao Baifeng in Liang's officialdom. Later, he finally remembered that many years ago, there was an old man surnamed Yao in the Imperial College of the previous dynasty who served as the left chancellor. However, in the past 20 years, that great Confucian scholar didn't have any poems, books, or articles to spread to the Central Plains. Things had changed with the passage of time. He estimated that he wasn't even as good as a new scholar of the new Hanlin Academy. The gatekeeper gritted his teeth. Seeing that the young man had traveled thousands of miles to the capital and was sent home like this, he thought it was really pitiful. He broke the rules and went to report to the Minister of Appointments. Minister Xianxia, who was shirtless and enjoying the shade under a shed, jumped up from the recliner. He didn't even have time to put on his boots before he ran to the door of the courtyard. But in the end, he stopped and casually said to the dumbstruck steward, telling him to leave the things behind and that there was no need to receive them. If the young man showed the slightest bit of anger, there was no need to bring the things to the courtyard. Finally, the steward carefully brought a cloth pouch to the small courtyard. The minister laughed happily. Since he was not the descendant of that old man and hoped to use this as a stepping stone in the officialdom, that was good, very good. In the twilight, 2 jars of green ant wine that had obviously been sealed for many years were placed on the stone table in the small courtyard. Sun Yin was not willing to open them and drink them. On the second day of the court assembly, an old man from the previous dynasty who had long been forgotten suddenly became famous. Yao Baifeng, a Daoist from Beiliang, posthumously known as Wenjie. Even though he was already an extremely high official, he was still the Minister of Personnel, Sun Yin, who was known for his debauchery. After the court assembly, he walked out of the main hall and stood at the top of the steps for a while. Then he went alone to the side of Imperial Road Street. There was no one around, but Sun Yin still bowed respectfully. This matter quickly became a strange story in the capital. For some reason, not only did the Emperor of Liang not hold a small court assembly today, but he also returned to the magnificent main hall. Eunuch Song Tonglu of the Ceremony Directorate stood alone outside the door. The young emperor stood near the dragon throne. The floor of the main hall behind him was paved with gold bricks. Therefore, even though the doors and windows were closed, the main hall did not appear too dark because there was light coming through the window paper. On both sides of the dragon throne were 4 majestic furnishings, a precious elephant, a yuan duan, a red-crowned crane, and an incense burner. Together, they symbolized the eternal stability of the country that countless emperors dreamed of. The young emperor walked down the steps and stood in the middle of the main hall. The so-called gold bricks under his feet were actually not made of gold. They were the tribute bricks from the Guangling Manufacturing Bureau, which had the reputation of silent steps, like jade chimes. Zhao Zhuan looked up and saw that the pillars of the main hall were made of Nanzhao wood cut from the deep mountains of Nanzhao. In the early years, the imperial censor of Liang complained that 1,000 people enter the mountains, but half leave the mountains. Later, in the hands of the late emperor, the pillars of the emperor of Liang's palace were all replaced with the easier-to-cut Liaodong pine wood. Zhao Zhuan walked to the front of a pillar and reached out to touch the glorious pillar with the pattern of a golden cloud dragon painted with powder. He whispered, "Father, you have the blue-eyed Zhang Jilu, the half-inch Tong Benqi, and the human cat Han Xingxian. What about me? A dragon robe, a dragon throne, and a main hall? In this world, can't you give me a little more time to work hard? 10 years, no, just 5 years. I can make Beiliang, Nanjiang, and Beimeng disappear. I can make those traitors have no place to stand and let the people of Liyang enjoy peace forever. Father, I don't trust anyone now. Shi Yanglong, Huan Wen, and Gu Jianteng, Lu Shengxiang, are the young people you deliberately suppressed and left for me to promote. Song Li, Sun Yin, and the others, I don't trust any of them. The only one, Chen Wang, is still too young and doesn't have enough prestige. He has no foundation in the Liyang army. Even if he is willing to turn the tide, he is powerless." Zhao Zhuan suddenly retracted his hand. His face was ferocious. He clenched his fist and punched the pillar. The young emperor gasped for breath. He felt a piercing pain in his hand. He glared at the pillar and said angrily, "You destroyed the fate of the Zhao family at the imperial astronomer. I only asked 2 lackeys to make things difficult for you, and you dare to openly send troops to Guangling Path? How is this different from rebellion?" Zhao Zhuan punched the pillar again. This time, the surface of the pillar was stained with blood. "Do you really think that my Liyang won't dare to fight to the death with Beiliang?" The young emperor lay on the floor of the main hall and looked at the golden dragon carved in the middle of the caisson. The dragon's head looked down with a huge pearl in its mouth. Looking at the huge luminous pearl, the young emperor couldn't help but think of his sister, Princess Sui Zhu, Zhao Fengya. Princess Sui Zhu of the Zhao family of Liyang was dead, but Zhao Fengya was still alive. This was probably the only thing that the young man of the Su family of Beiliang had done that Zhao Zhuan didn't hate so much. The exhausted young emperor closed his eyes and thought of the stupid parrot raised by the empress. It turned out that the so-called sovereign of the 9 and 5 was also a bird in a cage. Chapter 1696. East Sea Martial Emperor City. Ever since the young man with the surname Jiang stopped training his physique, this place had lost its backbone. It quickly turned from the holy land of the pugilistic world that everyone yearned for into an ordinary city. There was no white-robed old man Wang Xianji, who looked down on the world with disdain. There was no Chao Zhangqing who sat alone on a tall building to watch the battle. There was no Deng Tai, who rode on a donkey and carried a peach branch. There was no Suaxia Valley with a sword hanging over the city wall. There was no groom Linya and the others. There was also no Duke of Northern Liang who carried a bowl and walked up to the city wall. Although there had yet to be an official army stationed in Martial Emperor City, the people in the city knew that it was only a matter of time. Therefore, in the early years, those who were wanted by the government and lived in seclusion, those who lived here to avoid their enemies, and those who were willing to wash their hands of disputes, all left this eastern sea city one after another. A slender figure suddenly appeared at the top of the city wall where the tide was breaking. Not far away, the tide surged like an army of thousands of men and horses. It suddenly hit the city wall and covered the figure in an instant. In the next moment, the figure disappeared. Perhaps he was swept away by the tide. However, when the tide receded, another figure appeared on the city wall. Unlike the former who came and went in a hurry, this man did not disappear immediately. He was dressed in plain clothes and had an ordinary appearance. His face was full of stubble, and his boots were somewhat damaged. However, in front of this inconspicuous middle-aged man, a 3-foot sword was hovering. It was vibrating slightly like a mosquito flapping its wings. The travel-worn man stopped his sword and looked around. His eyes were sharp, like the sharpest sword in the world. One flying sword for 100 miles, from the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City to the snow mountains of Liaodong, then from Liaodong to Liaodong, then from Liaodong to Liaodong, then from Liaodong back to the capital, all the way south until here. The man rubbed his chin and said, "Xie Guaniying, your running ability is really the best in the world. However, if you have the ability, run all the way to the southern sea. After about half an hour, the man sneered and said, "Found you." The flying sword that was hovering in the air seemed to have heard the imperial edict. It flashed before its master. Not long before this, in front of a bun shop that was slowly becoming quiet because it was past dinner time, a child, who was given the nickname Dog Nose by a certain green-robed girl, was staring at a poor scholar with white hair. The child's real name was Go Yufang. He raised his head and looked at the poor scholar who was embarrassingly short of money. He then lowered his head and looked at the last steamer of buns that he couldn't sell for copper coins. The child's gaze moved back and forth between the two. The grandpa beside him was already cleaning up the table. The old man had lived in the martial emperor city for most of his life. He didn't ask anything about this. To be honest, in the martial emperor city, he had seen many strange things and strange people. So much so that he was surprised to meet a normal person. The old man had seen too many strange customers. Some complained that the buns were too meaty and weren't willing to pay. Some complained that the buns weren't sweet. Some didn't even have a few copper coins in their pockets, so they threw their treasured swords and treasured sabers on the table and left. There were also some who ate the buns that weren't worth a few copper coins and complained about how many kinds of delicacies they had tasted in the past. There were also some who pretended to take out a tattered secret manual to exchange for a steamer of buns. There were even some who claimed that they were Chao Chongqing, Dong Tai, etc., so they weren't willing to pay. There were too many of them. The child asked, "You want to eat steamed buns?" The poor scholar, whose clothes were tattered but clean, was expressionless. The child asked again, "No money?" The scholar just stared at the child. The child wasn't the kind of person who would add insult to injury. Although he didn't have parents and lived a poor life with his grandpa since he was young, his upbringing was very good. Therefore, even though the poor scholar in front of him obviously wanted to eat for free, the child didn't speak ill of him. He just hesitated whether to give him the steamed buns. After all, giving him a steamer of steamed buns wasn't a big deal. However, he was afraid that the guy would blame him and his grandpa after eating the steamed buns. He remembered that guy named Jiang Fuding. When he lived in the city and often came here to visit, he once said the saying, "If you give someone something, they will give you something. If you don't, they will hate you." Just when the child was about to give him another steamer of steamed buns, the poor scholar suddenly opened his mouth and asked in a hoarse voice, "What's your surname and name?" The child suddenly felt a little bored. Alas, since he helped his grandpa with the chores, there were at least 8 or 10 Jianghu diners who kept saying that they were talented in martial arts. Therefore, the child subconsciously said in a bad mood, "I can give you this steamer of steamed buns, but I don't practice martial arts." The child suddenly remembered that this old guy in front of him didn't look like a martial arts practitioner who fought and killed. He looked more like a teacher. Therefore, the child quickly added, "I don't go to private school either." The poor foreigner repeated his question with an expressionless face, "What's your surname and name?" The child subconsciously took 2 steps back, some fear and awe coming from the bottom of his heart. The middle-aged scholar standing in front of the child frowned. After he raised his hand, the child saw that the man was holding half a broken bowl in his hand. In front of the child, the man broke off a piece the size of a fingernail and threw it into his mouth, chewing just like that. The child was stunned. Was this man so hungry that he lost his mind? When the child finally came to his senses, his face suddenly turned pale with fright. He saw that his grandpa seemed to have cast a body-fixing charm on an immortal. He maintained the posture of bending over and wiping the table. Not only his grandpa, but also the pedestrians on the street were all motionless. Some people raised their feet to move forward, but they couldn't take that step because they were still half a foot above the ground. Some people felt that the cold spring was too unbearable and wanted to jump and stomp to drive the cold away. Therefore, they were suspended in the air. Some people were joking with their friends who were walking side by side, but when they turned their heads, their bright smile froze. All of this was beyond the limit of the child's imagination. His hands trembled and he couldn't hold the steamer of steamed buns. However, when the small bamboo steamer fell to the ground, it was a scene of heaven and earth shaking. In the child's sight, his grandpa, the table, the pedestrians, and the street were all shaking violently, making the child dizzy. The middle-aged scholar took a few steps forward and bent over to pick up the steamer of steamed buns. He stood side by side with the child. Only then did the child see that in the silence of heaven and earth, there was only a sword slowly approaching. The man said with a hoarse voice, "My name is Xie Guaniying. From now on, you will be my only disciple." The man took out the other half of the broken bowl, which was much more complete, and placed it in the child's hand. Then, he suddenly pressed a hand on the child's head and said indifferently, "Hong Shixiang is unwilling to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and become a person who hates Su Fengnian. As for me, I want to do it, but I can't." The man raised his head and looked at the sky. The hand that pressed on the child's head slightly increased in strength. Instantly, fog rose and immortal qi lingered. Finally, it condensed and took shape about 3 feet away. It was a landscape map of mountains and rivers with a flood dragon hidden in the mountains and rivers. There was a deity 3 feet above. Chapter 1697. The abject man retracted his gaze and looked at the flying sword that had broken free from the shackles of heaven. He said regretfully, "It turns out that 1,000 years of immortality is a step further than Ancestor Lu. In the end, it's just a joke. I had no choice but to accept you as my disciple. Forget it, forget it. In this world, all the scholars have their own destinies. It's time for the martial artists of Jianghu to have an end. I will be the first, Chao Chongqing will be the second, and as for who will be the last, I hope it will be you. Remember, in the future, when you meet someone called Yudilong, don't show mercy. Just don't think about attaining Tao and ascending in the future. Take a step back and try to make yourself famous in history." After saying this, the man disappeared. The child with a rosy face looked around blankly. Grandpa continued to wipe the table. The pedestrians on the road continued to move forward. The world continued to be lively. The flying sword also disappeared along with it. The child looked down. Only the half-broken white bowl in his hand clearly told him that the encounter just now was not a daydream. The child whispered, "My name is Go Yufang." He heard a voice. The child suddenly looked up and saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged uncle. The latter smiled and asked, "Is there still food in the shop?" Go Yufang quickly turned around and hid the broken bowl in his arms. "Sir, our shop's signature soup dumplings are gone, but we still have wonton and noodles." The ordinary-looking middle-aged uncle didn't seem to care about the child and the half-broken bowl at all. He just grinned and said, "Then give me a bowl of wonton and a plate of chili oil. Make it as spicy as possible." The child smiled and said, "Okay, our chili oil can't even be eaten by the guests in Shu. I'm afraid that you will ask us for cold water." The uncle suddenly looked embarrassed. "Waiter." The clever child took the lead and said, "Just put it on the account." The uncle was still a little embarrassed. "It's best if you can put it on the account, but I'm in a hurry. I may not be able to come back here in a few years. This is troublesome." The child smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Our family's shop has been doing business in the city for 30 years. As long as you have the heart, it's fine even if it's 10 years later, let alone a few years. Of course, if you really forget, it's fine. It's just a bowl of wonton." The child was not originally such a poor and generous person. It was just that he inexplicably met a strange person who called himself Xie Guaniying and became that person's disciple. After all, the child was still young. No matter how steady his temperament was, he was still somewhat happy. The uncle glanced at the child and suddenly reached out to pinch the child's shoulder and arm a few times. He clicked his tongue and said, "The one with the surname Xie does have some luck. Could it be the final radiance of the setting sun? You can pick up scraps like this?" Otherwise, even I, Dong Tai, would be offended. The uncle squinted his eyes and chuckled, "Little brother, I see that you have a good constitution." The corner of the child's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, "Sir, I really don't practice martial arts. Please don't take me in as a disciple. It's just a bowl of wontons." "Grandpa, this guest wants a bowl of wontons." The grandpa on the other side responded and went to get busy. The uncle waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I already have a disciple. That kid likes to get jealous. If he knew, he would roll his eyes at me. However, I don't have the habit of eating for free. The one with the surname Xia used half a bowl to exchange for your basket of buns. Then I, Dong Tai, will use a box of new swords to exchange for your bowl of wontons." After saying this, the uncle took out a small wooden box without any explanation. It was made of ordinary white wood. At first glance, it was obvious that it was not a precious item. Whether the items inside were valuable or not was even more obvious. The middle-aged man's face was clearly a little embarrassed. The sword box that he gave to His Royal Highness was a top-quality red sandalwood that he stole from the Wu family's sword tomb. When he wandered the Jianghu, where would he go to make money? However, the sword box was very different. The pocket-sized flying swords hidden in the box definitely did not drop in value. Dong Tai threw the wooden box to the child and said, "Little brother, your strength is actually enough. When you have time, play with the items in the small box more often. I'm sure you'll be able to figure out the knack of it very quickly." The flying swords were very sharp. Moreover, if Dong Tai used a little trick, they would be able to open the box and move. They would definitely drink blood and recognize him as their master. Ordinary martial artists did not have the unique strength that the child had. Even if their entire body was covered in blood, they would still not be able to command the sword. Dong Tai was not in a hurry to kill Xie Guaniying. Instead, he leisurely sat at the table and waited for the bowl of wontons. When the bowl of wontons was brought over, the child gathered his courage and carefully asked, "Senior, I just thought about it. I think you're actually the peach blossom sword god, right?" Dong Tai was not surprised at all. He nodded and said, "The one with the surname Xia caused such a big commotion. I'm sure you saw the flying sword that entered the city. That's why you asked, right?" The child scratched his head and said, "Didn't Senior Sword God say his name just now?" Dong Tai was speechless. He lowered his head and ate the wontons. As he ate, he was even more unwilling to raise his head. He had accidentally poured all the chili oil into the wontons. Now, he was sweating profusely and could not take it anymore. However, it was too difficult for the peach blossom sword god to ask Dong Tai to use his chi to hide his embarrassment. To put it bluntly, it was not in line with his original intention and sword intent. To put it bluntly, it was because Dong Tai did not have the demeanor of an expert. Dong Tai finally finished eating the big bowl of wontons with great difficulty. Only then did he feel relieved. He raised his head and said seriously, "Little brother, if you pick up and practice the sword in the future and decide to walk down the path of the sword, then you have to remember that the sword is not a saber. Even if you have already left the battlefield and given up your position to the saber, and even in the future, when you are in the imperial court and officials like to wear sabers as decorations, regardless of the changes in the world, the sword is still the sword. The sword has two edges. Therefore, when you use the sword against your enemies, other than killing with one edge, you can also use the other for self-reflection." At this point, Dong Tai's expression changed slightly. "Let's not talk about this anymore. I have something to do. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. Also, you juniors do not have to take the grudges of the elders seriously. Live as you should. In the Jianghu, no matter how other martial artists live, we, who use the sword, cannot have too much hostility. Otherwise, even if your cultivation is divine, you will not be considered a true immortal." Dong Tai stood up and turned around. He quickly exhaled. This spicy oil was truly formidable. The reason why this peach blossom sword deity didn't continue nagging was because of the spicy oil and because he really didn't know how to reason with others. Dong Tai reached out his hand and pointed. A flying sword appeared in the southern sky. In the next moment, he stood on top of the flying sword. One man and one sword disappeared in an instant. In the entire martial arts city, only that child called Go Yufang noticed this scene. In the first 100 years, there were Li Chungang, Wang Xianji, Su Fengnian, and Xianyuan Qingfeng. It was like the Spring and Autumn War, where heroes rose together. In the next 100 years, there were only two. It was also like the Xian dynasty, where two kingdoms confronted each other in the Central Plains. After those two became famous and were regarded as the world's #1 martial artist, they made a promise of 10 years and fought 6 times. The outcome was a tie. Every time, after one of them won a battle, the other person would turn the situation around in the next battle. Yu Dilong wasn't truly invincible. There was still Go Yufang in this world. Chapter 1698. At the border of Hezhou, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. In the direction of Yuzhou, there seemed to be a muffled thunder. The military governor of Lianghuai, Kai Nan, was wearing iron armor and holding his iron spear tightly. This general of the border was full of sorrow. Tens of thousands of Northwest elites under his command were not fighting to the end with the Beimang barbarians, but died in civil strife. The infantry of Lianghuai army blocked the horses in the middle, and the cavalry coordinated with the two wings. It was a very mediocre arrangement. It was not that Kai Nan did not want to fight the Beiliang cavalry with cavalry and fight to the death with them, but he was really arrogant. Even if he had the advantage in numbers, he still did not have the confidence to play tricks with the Beiliang cavalry. Kai Nan did not have the extravagant hope that his Lianghuai army could stop the young feudal lord. He could only hope that he could keep as many of the Su family cavalry as possible. 2,000, or 3,000. As for how many people the imperial court could stop at the passes between Jizhou and the Central Plains with the help of the natural advantages, that was really Kai Nan's funeral. It was not only the funeral of the territory, but also the funeral of Kai Nan after he died in battle for the country. Kai Nan looked up and saw that the terrain was flat and there were large patches of white snow. He suddenly thought of a very unpleasant word: corpse is not cold. He thought that in a few hours, his corpse should be cold soon, right? There was a lot of snow in the northwest, and the cold land produced healthy people. In the past, Jizhou of Lianghuai Road had Yang Shenqing Southern Ji infantry, who was known as the best in the world. Kai Nan, who was promoted to military governor, was close to the water, and the Lianghuai border army under his command was soon regarded as the first-class military force of the Liang imperial court, second only to the Liao. After Tang Tai's Huang, there were a few local officials who were also former generals of the Gu army who had recently entered the capital to take up important positions. Kai Nan did not feel much joy, instead, he smelled a little bit of danger. In the final analysis, those were all trades without capital by the emperor in exchange for the local military power. The reason why they were so gentle and affectionate was that their common benefactor, Gu Jiantang, was still standing at the border. As well as the hundreds of thousands of troops in the great general's hands. Kai Nan exhaled heavily. He had sent the young emperor's trusted aide, Administrator Han Lin, out of the battlefield and then led his troops to die heroically here. Was this an acceptable explanation to the general, the court, and the emperor? Was this the so-called loyalty and righteousness in the history books? Living in a peaceful world that had been peaceful for a long time and becoming a border official who had enjoyed many years of happiness, it was only at this moment that Kai Nan realized that the hothead who had followed behind the general and wanted to die was actually starting to be a little afraid of dying, especially dying without knowing why. The orderly hooves of the Beiliang cavalry were like the beating of a drum, beating Kai Nan's heart heavily. Again and again, this Jadushi Darin found it difficult to even breathe. There was no need for the distant sentries to report at night. Kainan could see with his naked eye that the cavalry happened to be at the edge of the optimal charging distance. They stopped their horses before moving forward. One rider took the lead to leave the formation, followed by about 100 retainers who urged their horses forward. Kainan, whose heartstrings were stretched taut, was confused and increasingly nervous. The confrontation between two armies on the battlefield was not a child's play like in historical novels. What about the main generals of both sides coming out alone and fighting to their heart's content for hundreds of rounds was all nonsense. However, there were indeed more than 100 riders leaving the Bailiang army alone in front of him. Could it be that in order to win the hearts of the troops, that the man surnamed Su wanted to take the head of a general in the army by relying on his strength as an immortal on land? Thinking about this, Kainan was a little angry. Did he really think that their crossbow formation was just for decoration? In order to counter Su Fengnian, who messed up the formation on the battlefield, Kainan specially sent people to take the Jidushi commander's seal to scour the entire Lianghuai path. Pretty much all the crossbows outside the northern defense line were either requisitioned or borrowed over. A total of 50 crossbows were placed behind Kainan openly. Not only were they used to deal with one-on-one attacks, but they were also a huge threat to the iron cavalry. One rider led the charge. The horse hooves did not stop until it was 300 steps away from Kainan. Not only did Kainan, who had master cultivation, but even the elite guards and the two infantry generals saw the valiant appearance of that rider. It was the famous king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian. This young vassal king with the surname Su had killed no less than 10 top masters of the Jianghu and 300,000 Baimang soldiers. His hands were bloody as he killed all the way until today. Even if he was in the enemy camp, facing this person, he had to admit that he was in awe. Among the sons of the older kings of Liang, this young man could be said to be the best. Zhao Sun also inherited his father's title, but he was so submissive that he was like a guard dog of the emperor's family. Zhao Zhu, who was known as the #1 prince of Liang, was criticized in Guangling Path. The eldest son of Jiaodong Zhao Sui, Zhao Yi, was also not outstanding in the war between the two Liao and Liao. As for Guangling Prince Zhao Yu, there was no need to bring them out to embarrass themselves. Kainan casually waved his hand, and the elite scout, Yi Busho, who was sweating profusely, quickly retreated. Kainan stared at the young man in the middle of the two armies. There were 100 riders behind him, and they were not wearing armor or swords. Each of them only had one sword on their back. They must be the 100 swords of the Wu family that spread throughout the Jianghu last year. As a general who guarded a region for the imperial court, Kainan had little interest in Jianghu matters. His ability to kill was honed from blood on the battlefield. In his early years, he had a private duel with a martial artist who was at the same level as him. After he won easily, Kainan only had one word to describe him: soft. However, Kainan did not dare to underestimate the 100 riders in front of him. As for the young lord in the lead, Kainan naturally did not dare to lower his guard. If Su Fengnian did not stop his horse 300 steps away, Kainan would have ordered the ballistae to shoot without hesitation. Jianghu people were afraid of military crossbows, and martial arts masters were afraid of ballistae. This was a bloody lesson that countless people had sacrificed their lives for. Especially the heavy ballistae, which had the reputation of flying swords within 50 meters. Kainan admitted that he did not dare to face several ballistae with arrows as large as spears. Otherwise, Baimang would not have used ballistae to greet the king of Bailiang outside Huda city last year. The 100 riders and 100 swords of the Wu family stopped their horses solemnly. This was the first time they had returned to the Central Plains after leaving the sword tomb of the Wu family and entering Bailiang. The demon surnamed Zhu behind the sword crown Wu Luding and the sword made Suihua even closed his eyes and sniffed hard. His face was intoxicated. He clicked his tongue and said, "I've smelled too much of the blood and horse manure outside Liangzhou Pass. The air here is more comfortable. I just don't know if I can smell the fragrance of wine and cosmetics in Jiangnan of the Central Plains." Su Fengnian was only 2 horses away from the swordsman of the Wu family, whose real name was Zhu Huang. He smiled and said, according to the previous agreement, as long as you follow this king all the way south to a place where you can see the walls of the capital of West Chu, the 100 of you can regain your freedom. After that, whether you go to Jianghu to make a comeback or find a beautiful place to hide your names, this king will not care, and neither will the Wu family. Chapter 1699. Old Zhu, who was also incomparably bloodthirsty in the sword tomb of the Wu family, laughed strangely and said, "Your Highness, these words may work for others, but I can't be considered kind to old Zhu. Back then, in that damned place, I only killed a few more Wu guys. Old Wu didn't have the ability, so he cooperated with others to knock 60 dragon-binding nails into my body. Their method wasn't clever, but their method was unique. Those who weren't the direct descendants of the Wu family couldn't pull out those things. Old Zhu has always had a temper of being the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. The first time I entered the Jianghu of the Central Plains, if I don't become one of the 4 masters of the martial arts competition and no longer exchange blows with Deng Tai, I would be sorry for the more than 40 years of torture I suffered in the Wu family. So, with these nails in my body, I have to trouble your Highness to intercede with that old bastard old Wu. As long as your Highness is willing to speak, although I don't know what Jianghu morality is, I am not an ungrateful person. When the time comes, even if your Highness wants me to go to Tai and city to kill someone, I can pat my chest and agree." Zhu Huang, who was full of Yin Qi, and Dong Tai were both illegitimate children of the Wu family. They were abandoned at Sword Mountain to fend for themselves. However, in the battle that year, Dong Tai, who won, entered Jianghu and became the Peach Blossom Sword God. Zhu Huang, who lost, was too murderous, especially when he killed almost all of the Wu family's side branch. The furious Wu ancestor used a secret technique to imprison him. If it were not for the 100 swords, Zhu Huang, whose cultivation could be said to be divine, was destined to never let the world know that there was such a sword immortal in the world. As for leading the Wu family's 100 swords to Guangling Road, not only Su Weisheng, but even Chu Lushan had objections. This was because Su Fengnian had promised them freedom. For Bailiang, this was not a negligible loss. In a stalemate on the battlefield, the Wu family's 100 swords would definitely be the key to turning the situation around once they entered the battlefield. They might not be able to kill Tuoba Bodhisattva, but powerful people like Hong Jingyan and Murong Baoding would probably be scared witless. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to speak, Wu Luding, who regarded Zhu Huang as an enemy, turned his head and said angrily, "Zhu, if you can pull out 60 nails, I can help you put in 60 more." Zhu Huang sneered lazily, "Just you, kid? Even the women next to you are more stubborn than you are. Huh, your Wu family is really interesting. These 2 generations all have guns. It's better not to have guns." The swordsman Cuihua's fingers moved slightly. A short old man with an extremely long and thin ancient sword on his back frowned and said, "Zhu Huang, don't push your luck." This old man also had a high status in the Wu family sword tomb. Because he was a sword fanatic, Wu Luding gave him the humorous nickname of Sword Grandpa when he was young. He was different from Zhu Huang, who had never left the Wu family, or Zhang Wantai, Gong Sun Xiushui, and Nailan Huayu, who still had hopes of returning to Jianghu. The 80-year-old old man was infatuated with the path of the sword his entire life. It was just that he was limited by his own foundation and cultivation. He only had a head full of unique sword insights and a belly full of sword knowledge, but he was still unable to personally carry a sword to practice. When the old man entered Bailiang, he had twice discussed the path of the sword with the young vassal king. Because of the dispute of personal feelings, he had the idea of passing down his legacy to Bailiang. As for the country that was valued by both scholars and martial artists, the old man had always been indifferent. Su Fengnian did not turn around. He said softly, "Everything can be discussed when we reach the capital of West Chu. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be 1 or 2 battles to be fought. We must strive to make sure that no one from Bailiang's great snow dragon cavalry dies. Of course, you all must not die. The great Jianghu is waiting for you seniors to make a name for yourselves. Wu Luding said unhappily, leave some seeds for Jianghu, right? I find it strange. This kind of puffing oneself up at one's own cost, no matter how outsiders look at it, is it that when it comes to you, it seems particularly heroic? Su Fengnian turned his head and glanced at the young sword-crowned prince who had opposed him from beginning to end. He did not haggle over every ounce. On the other hand, Hong Shuwen, a former member of the Phoenix Battalion who had followed the king of Bailiang, sneered and said, "Our king is more handsome than you, and his skills are several levels higher than yours. Are you not convinced?" Wu Luding said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, "So what if I'm not convinced?" Hong Shuwen said with a face of righteousness, "Not convinced? Then why don't you spar with our king?" Su Fengnian did not pay attention to the quarrel between the two. He shouted to the two Huaidao army, "Kai Nan, let's have a chat before the battle." When Kai Nan heard this, he did not hesitate too much. He rode out alone. The infantry generals wanted to stop him. Naturally, they did not wish for their main general to be in danger. After all, the young king not far away was one of the 4 people who had evaluated the martial arts. However, the regional commander casually said, if Su Fengnian wants to kill someone, he would not be so despicable. The two riders each took more than 100 steps forward and stopped to look at each other. Kai Nan took a deep breath and looked at Su Fengnian in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "If king wants me to retreat, then don't waste your breath." Kai Nan, who was holding his iron spear, saw that the young king seemed to be speechless. He only looked past him and his horse and looked at the two Huaidao army. Kai Nan was silent for a moment and continued, "Even if you, Su Fengnian, have a higher cultivation than General Gu, you are not your father. You are not General Su Shao. You are not worthy of me, Kai Nan, to get off my horse and avoid you." Su Fengnian retracted his gaze and asked, "If I remember correctly, this king has already sent a message to General Kai. Today, you can block the road, but try to place the elites on the 2 wings and let our cavalry rush through. If we have fewer casualties, you will have fewer casualties. Is this not good?" Kai Nan said coldly, "I will pretend that I did not receive that message." As the general in charge of military affairs at the border, Su Fengnian suddenly interrupted Kai Nan's words, "General, you did not receive the imperial edict, right?" Kai Nan's face was cold. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "General Kai, do you think that our Bailiang cavalry is so sudden that Great City is caught off guard? Do you really think that the spies in River Zhou are so weak? Even if the Bailiang cavalry advances slowly, the imperial edict will not be sent to River Zhou on time. It will always be neither faster nor slower than this battle. It will only be a step later." Kai Nan said expressionlessly, "So what? The imperial court has its own ideas. I, Kai Nan, only need to be worthy of the Li Yang armor I wear." Su Fengnian jerked the corner of his mouth. "Do not worry. This king has taken the initiative to talk about the past with you, Kai Nan. He did not want your army to move out of the way. The reason I gave you the message earlier was because General had given face to a certain old man in the past. The reason I am wasting words with you today is because there is an old official in Great City who spoke to this king." Su Fengnian turned his horse around and slowly left. His words that were neither light nor heavy passed into Kai Nan's ears. "Since you are not willing to put on an act, and the Huai border army wants to be loyal to the country, then Bailiang will fulfill your wish. On the battlefield, facing our Bailiang cavalry, how hard is it to die?" Kai Nan returned to his formation with a pale face. The 3rd spring of the auspicious talisman. The great snow dragon cavalry surged like a tide. The Huai border army of almost 40,000 was utterly defeated. Chapter 1700. The sound of horse hooves caused the central plains to tremble. The Beiliang cavalry left the Beiliang Road and entered the Lianghuai Road. They went down south around Yen City, which bordered the River Province and Ji Province, and crashed into the north of Gangnam-do. They drove straight down like a hot knife through butter. Just like the burly man from the northwest who knocked the Jiangnan beauty to the brink of collapse. Everywhere they passed, the Liang officials and local soldiers all kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make any provocative moves. The night curfew was extremely early, and even during the day, no merchants were allowed to enter or leave. The soldiers of the Wu garrison were not allowed to take even half a step out of the camp. The memorials were like a flurry of snowflakes. They were passed through the county yamen, the provincial yamen, the provincial governor's mansion, and the official residence of the administrator one by one. In the end, they were passed to the elite cavalry and sent to Graydon City at the fastest speed of 500 kilometers. Along with the barbaric advance of the 10,000 cavalry, more than a dozen families appeared one after another along the way. Not only were the leaders of the local government and army drenched in sweat, even Zhao Go, who had been responsible for spying on Liang for many years, was terrified. These families, which could be said to be famous in the various provinces and counties, all had countless fertile fields and abundant grain reserves. 4 of the families could even be said to be local lords in the provinces and counties. These dozen or so families, who were all commented on in Zhao Go's secret files as having clean backgrounds, were actually bold thieves who had openly colluded with the enemy of Beiliang. They had sent countless amounts of grain to the Beiliang cavalry. This was a disaster that was laid out on the table. Once the court came to settle the score, the dozen or so families with deep roots were destined to suffer the consequences. The people in charge of the various provinces and counties, as well as the civil and military officials, would also be ruthlessly skinned. Among them, the first family to reward Beiliang in Hezhou did not immediately flee to Beiliang. Therefore, the local government joined forces with the garrisoned army to send 400 elite soldiers after the Beiliang cavalry crossed the border, intending to search and confiscate the family's property and punish them for their crimes. The old family head of this family moved a chair and sat on the steps of the door, basking in the warm early spring sun. There were 2 cold sabers on his knees. The old one was the war saber he had used when he followed the old Prince Liang, Su Shao, to conquer West Chu. For so many years, even the most favored grandson of the family did not know that his grandfather had collected this saber. The brighter scabbard was the saber of the 6th generation of the Su family. It was the newest cold saber, which was personally gifted by the new Prince Liang not long ago. The old man faced the 400 young and strong martial artists of the county. He smiled and raised his new cold blade. He only said one sentence, and then everyone came and went in a hurry. In the end, they didn't even dare to say a word of threat. The old man in his twilight years said, "His Highness wants me to pass on a message to you. For every person who dies in the Song residence today, 10,000 soldiers in the county will die. If you cannot gather 10,000 heads, then the Beiliang cavalry will go to other counties and provinces to borrow heads." After saying this, the old man with a head full of white hair bent down and picked up a jug of wine by his feet. He looked at the retreating figures and drank mouthful after mouthful of wine, muttering to himself indistinctly. The old man was like an old dog without teeth. Even though he could no longer howl, he still gave off a unique aura. This was probably what scholars read about in books, the aura of a tiger that could swallow 10,000 miles. After Kai Nan, the Jidushi of Lianghuai Road stepped forward. The second person who dared to block the road was not a warrior who led the army to war, nor was he a civil official who was in charge of a region. He was a scholar who had retired and returned to his hometown for many years. He took out the 6th-rank official uniform from the bottom of the box and put it on. He stood alone on the road. His trembling family could not stop this crazy old man. Half of the family moved overnight to the remote ancestral home in the countryside, and half of the family hid at home and did not go out. Only the most useless second son of the old man, a poor scholar who had never been able to pass the Jiren examination in his life, had no courage and only filial piety. Therefore, he stood on the road with a face full of fear, waiting to collect his father's body and carry it home. After that, when the cavalry surged past, only the father and son who sat dejectedly on the side of the road crying bitterly were left. Among the cavalry of Wu family, Nailan Huayu was following behind them. She could not resist her strong curiosity and quickly rode to the side of the young vassal lord. This Grand Master of the Sword who had won the Beauty Award consecutively asked with a smile, "Your Highness, what's going on?" Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. He did not have the desire to chat. He had just received a secret report from the Gerfalcon that had accompanied him for many years. In addition to Yuan Tingshan leading the elite cavalry of Ji Bei through Jizuko to stop them, Shu had also transferred 20,000 soldiers and horses to Guangling Road. The commander-in-chief was Wu Qi, who had left the Su family in a fit of anger after the Battle of West Wall. His deputy was one of the few generals who had chosen to leave Beiliang with Chen Jibao. He was a young valiant general who had once stood out in the frontier army, and his name was Che Yi. Whether it was Ningame, who had once dealt with this young man, or Han Laozhan, the general of Lingzhou who was now in charge of guarding the southern gate of Beiliang, they all had a high opinion of this young man. They all thought that Che Yi was not inferior to Ko Jianhui and Yul Wandao. The valiant swordswoman did not want to give up and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Su Fengnian was in a daze, as if he did not hear Nailan Huayu's nagging. Wu Luding said helplessly, "Auntie, can we be a little more reserved?" Nailan Huayu rolled her eyes and said, "Oh, now you know how to be reserved. When we were young, who was the one who rubbed against my chest with all his might, saying things like, 'I'm so scared of thunder and rain, I need to find a place to hide, the winter weather is so cold, my face is so cold.'" Wu Luding carefully glanced at Suihua beside him, and then quickly smiled apologetically at Nailan Huayu and begged for mercy, "Auntie, I'm afraid of you. About what happened just now, when we got married, Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Su were always together. I think he must know the inside story. You can ask him." The old man who was discussing swordsmanship with Zhang Wantai and Lu Jianji laughed and said, "There's nothing strange about it. His Highness just asked him if he wanted to fight for the reputation of the scholarly community and send him off before his death." Then Hong Shuwen pulled out his saber and acted as if he was going to spur his horse to kill. Chapter 1701. The high-spirited young master of Apricot Sword Furnace in the past, now the taciturn middle-aged swordsman Yuzhuowu, interjected, "Cultivate the body, govern the country, and bring peace to the world, these are the family teachings of the Confucian ancestors. If you can't even be a good person, how can you be a good official? Don't even mention governing the world and helping the people. What I hate the most is this kind of literati fishing for fame. For the sake of leaving their names in history, they conduct themselves without any bottom line to speak of. Especially that previous Grand Secretary of Liang Bai Yen, he's especially not a good thing." Su Fengnian suddenly came back to his senses. He turned his head and said, "It's hard to say about others, but only Zhang Jiulu, in my eyes, is a true scholar. If there can be one in 100 years, it would be a blessing for the entire world." Yuzhuowu didn't blindly agree with Su Fengnian just because he was the king of Beiliang. He still persisted in his opinion. He shook his head and said, "He can even kill his own children, and I reckon he's in the right. This kind of person, even if he's an honest and upright official who doesn't corrupt or disturb the people, can't be much better." Su Fengnian didn't argue with him either, only brushing it off with a laugh. History was like a book. Some pages were extremely heavy. The hand that flipped the pages might not be able to flip them over without constantly pointing. The torch was passed down to the next generation. The person who held the torch might burn his arm, not even hesitating to immolate himself, all for the sake of bitterly waiting for the younger generation to take over the torch. In this world, there was a need for wise monarchs, famous ministers, heroes, ambitious and ruthless people, outstanding people, high-spirited people, clear conversations. It needed many people. However, There were times when smart people each had their own style, but in reality, there was a need for one or two idiots. Su Fengnian laughed softly for no reason. Actually, that old scholar is pretty good. He blocks the road as a minister, makes way as a father. It's a pity he's not from Arbaliang. Hong Shuwen, who had the nickname of a madman in the military, said heartlessly, Your Highness, Arbaliang has armored cavalry, cold blades, strong crossbows, and big horses. It's already enough. Su Fengnian whispered, I hope there will be a day when it won't be enough. Hong Shuwen, who had been following Su Fengnian the whole way, suddenly sighed, Wang Ye, if only I were a woman. Wu Luding suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said angrily, Madman Hong, it's fine if you want to flatter me, but can you at least have some shame? Cui Hua smiled knowingly. Hong Shuwen angrily said, Laozi is a woman. Can't I go to Wutongan to serve tea to His Highness? What are you thinking about with 6 big vats? Then, Hong Shuwen turned his head and said with a mischievous smile, Sister Cuihua, you have to be careful when you stay with this kind of pervert whose head is full of improper thoughts. But fortunately, Sister Cuihua, your swordsmanship is better than 6 big vats. If he dares to touch you, you can cut off 3 of his legs. When the time comes, I will pick up one of them and make it into a dish to go with wine. Not only Wu Luding couldn't take it anymore, Lu Jianji, Zhang Wantai, and the other men also couldn't take it. They all laughed and scolded Hong Shuwen for having such a strong taste. Cui Hua, who liked to close her eyes all day long, slightly opened them. She looked at Hong Shuwen and slowly said, What if one isn't enough to go with wine? How about I add yours? Hong Shuwen subconsciously covered his crotch and said awkwardly, Sister Cuihua, there's no need. There's really no need. I just stopped drinking. After talking and laughing, Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and raised his head. Then, he quickly raised an arm. An extraordinary bird of prey slanted down and stopped on Su Fengnian's arm. After Su Fengnian read the secret letter in the bamboo joint, the gerfalcon that had accompanied its master on 3 trips to Jianghu and 2 trips to the capital, lowered its head and intimately pecked the back of Su Fengnian's hand. Then, it flapped its wings and flew away. Su Fengnian called Yuan Zhuozong with a complicated expression. He said softly, Brother Yuan, the main force of West Chu is under the command of Xia Shibian. She personally led the troops and began to break through the encirclement in the west. Chao Chongqing has quietly left for Great Peace City alone. Yuan Zhuozong was stunned and asked, Chao Chongqing is going north alone? Su Fengnian nodded heavily. Yuan Zhuozong sighed, why did this official, who was known to be good at ending things, end up in such a mess at the last moment? Su Fengnian said with a low voice, I can only make a rough guess. Chao Zhongqing might have chosen to betray many people in the end. Perhaps there was the northern Mang southern dynasty's great clans who were enduring humiliation, Wang Sui who suddenly made a comeback, and even Gu Jiantang who had endured in the imperial court and the Tu Liao for many years. In order to restore the country, Chao Chongqing had worked hard for 20 years. Unexpectedly, he was able to let go of it. Su Fengnian did not continue. Yuan Zhuozong was, after all, a person who knew a lot of inside information. He asked, is the rumor about West Chu that my foster father told me in the early years true? Su Fengnian suddenly smiled, it is said that scholars are the most heartless. Fortunately, there was Chao Chongqing who told the world that scholars can also be the most infatuated. Yuan Zhuozong wanted to say something but stopped. For the first time, Su Fengnian was a little embarrassed. He stared at Yuan Zhuozong and obviously did not want Yuan Zhuozong to say anything. Yuan Zhuozong, who was always serious, smiled but did not say anything. After a moment of silence, Yuan Zhuozong could not help but say something. However, he did not use the honorific, Your Highness, as usual. Instead, he called him Xiaonian, which sounded like a family. Xiaonian, no matter what others think, I am very happy that you led the army to the south. The reason is very simple. I think this is what my foster father's eldest son should do. Su Fengnian was a little helpless. This kind of unreasonableness was indeed Su Zhao's style. Birds of a feather flock together. Yuan Zhuozong quickly added with a smile, of course, the Central Plains has not heard the sound of the horses of the Su family for 20 years. We have to teach them a lesson. Yuan Zhuozong raised his head and looked into the distance. My foster father said that the only sound louder than thunder in the world is the sound of the horses of Beiliang. Su Fengnian whispered, Su Xiao would not say such heroic words. It must be my master who said it first. Then he borrowed it and did not return it. He also privately told my master not to say that he plagiarized it. Yuan Zhuozong was suddenly speechless. He rubbed his chin. Now that you mention it, it is possible. Su Fengnian laughed, but there are some words, whether it is Su Xiao who said it first or not, as long as he said it, it is heroic. The fact was also so. The Spring and Autumn War had already proved one thing. There were some words that could only be said by the lame man. At this time, the Beiliang cavalry was heading south to the Central Plains. A Confucian in green went from the south to the north. Back then, the Chao family of Dechu was the pride of the world. Nobody knew when he became a dissolute scholar. He left casually. When he became a chess piece waiting for the imperial order that day, he had never been so relieved. After the mountains and rivers were shattered and the country was no more, this man in green entered the Liang imperial palace. However, this was the last time he did not enter the city or the palace. He was only one person in Great Peace City. There was no one like him in history. The overlord of West Chu, Chao Chongqing. Chapter 1702. The Beiliang cavalry broke into the hinterland of Gangnam-do. With the example of the tens of thousands of Lianhuai border soldiers as a precedent, this cavalry force that fought to pacify the rebellion was unimpeded. In addition, the cavalry force did not violate any of the places they passed, so it could be considered as giving the Zhao imperial court a way out. If one looked at the current Liang territory, Gangnam-do located north of the Guangling River was actually unworthy of its name. However, in the early spring and autumn period, the territory south of Guangling was always regarded as a barbarian land full of miasma. Back then, the old southern Tang occupied most of the territory south of the Guangling River. Other than fighting a few soul-stirring battles under the leadership of great ancestor Gu, it caused a lot of trouble for the Liang army led by the great general Gu Jiantang. Afterwards, the imperial court's Ministry of War and Ministry of Revenue worked together to calculate the loss of military strength and found an extremely comical conclusion. The number of Liang soldiers who died of disease was actually roughly the same as the number of casualties on the battlefield. It was said that after the old emperor of Liang established the world, he said to the southern Tang monarch who was surrendered to the capital, "The people are in West Chu, the geography is in your southern Tang, but the time is in my Liang. Everyone says that the time is not as good as the geography, and the geography is not as good as the people. Therefore, in my opinion, these words should not be taken seriously." Afterwards, Liang entered the Dao in Bingzhou under the late Emperor Zhao Dun. When he set up Gangnam-do, it was not that there were no civil officials who objected, saying that the Jiangbei Dao was more appropriate. However, Zhao Dun, who was known as the best of the previous emperors in both political and martial arts, laughed and rejected the idea. The reason was extremely rich in a kind of unofficial legend. Zhao Dun took out a large-scale poetry collection that was recently compiled by the Hanlin Academy at the imperial court meeting. He joked that since ancient times, many scholars and refined scholars had written about Jiangnan's scenery and beauties. Could it be that when the later generations read this book, they had to make a turn? He had no choice but to look at the annotation that said, in ancient times, Jiangnan was today's Jiangbei. Moreover, the character, Bei, had too strong of a tone. It was too much of a bummer. In the Gangnam-do, which had a flourishing culture, this Beiliang cavalry with their armor clattered and their horses sturdy looked particularly out of place. Hong Shuwen and his group of young Beiliang barbarians, born and raised in the northwest, were particularly unaccustomed to the environment. They said that the ground here was soft and uncomfortable, so much so that even the hooves of the horses did not make a sound when they stepped on it. Not to mention that they were in the desert outside the Great Pass, where the dust and dirt would rise when the horses whipped their whips, and the charming and gentle scenery of tall grass and flying orioles on both sides of the official road. Hong Shuwen and the others did not find it pleasing at all. They only felt stifled in their chests, unable to move their hands and feet. Compared to these young warriors who were used to the wind and snow of the northwest, Yuan Zhuozong and a group of great snow dragon cavalry who had experienced the wars of the spring and autumn period when they were young were much calmer. This army of cavalries marched day and night. In Yuzhou Province, River Province, and Ji Province, they didn't purposely pursue speed. However, when they headed south to the Central Plains, they moved extremely fast. Nevertheless, the complicated rules set by Northern Liang Border Army were still unshakable. In order to build an invincible army of cavalries, strong soldiers, armors, horses, provisions, military law, and battlefields were indispensable. For the past 20 years, the whetstone for the Beiliang frontier cavalry had always been the Beimeng army. For example, the opponents of the crossbowmen in Liangzhou were mostly valiant enemies like Dongzhuo's Wuya Lanzi. This gave the Beiliang frontier army a very interesting misconception, which was that they had greatly overestimated the overall strength of the armies under the heavens. This was precisely the opposite of the so-called elite armies in Liang, especially in the Central Plains. For example, Yang Shenxing's Jizhou infantry had always looked down on Yan Wenluan's infantry. The Prince of Guangling Zhao Yi's cavalry firmly believed that they had the strength to contend against the Beiliang cavalry. The Qingzhou army of the Jinggan Road also never took the Beiliang cavalry seriously. There had once been a leading general who said, "So what if they were steel cavalry? Just because they wore a few gene of iron on their bodies, they were steel cavalry?" Moreover, in Beiliang, that desolate and impoverished place, how could half of the soldiers wear armor? Then, when this great snow dragon cavalry appeared before the eyes of the Central Plains, all levels of society closed their doors, closed their cities, and closed their camps. Of course, they also shut their mouths while they were at it. In the deep curtain of night, near a scenic spot called Shuangluan Pond in Gangnam-do's five-colored county, the cavalry stopped and rested for 6 hours. Beiliang's roaming scouts were still in groups, casting a net in all directions, returning 10 li away. Before they began their reconnaissance, every roaming cavalry commander would receive a topographic map from the hands of a marking officer. The map was extremely precise and rigorous. Not only did it mark out the names of the mountains, rivers, and passes, in many cases, it even recorded the locations of villages and outposts. It was clear that this was definitely not a map that had been gathered at the last minute, and it was even less likely that it had been borrowed from the local government or army. It could only be something that Beiliang had long recorded in the confidential files of the border army. Looking at the age of the map, the earliest it had been made was around 3 years ago. What did this mean? It meant that the Beiliang frontier army, which had been entrenched in the northwest and overlooking the Central Plains for 20 years, had never truly ignored the Central Plains. This kind of clue, which was not obvious in words or on the table, made the entire cavalry, from the scouts to the main force, from the squad leaders to the generals, from top to bottom, feel a suppressed heat that could not be released. It was like a stove in the snow. The army was quiet and organized, but a group of people moved slowly on this snowy night. They quietly left their encampment and rode toward the famous 1,000-year-old cold mountain temple in Jianghu's Shuangluan Pond. It was Su Fengnian, Yuan Zhuozong, and Su Yanbing, as well as 2 locals. One of them was the spy chief that the Fushui branch had planted in Gangnam-do. Even Su Fengnian only knew that this person's alias was Song Shanshui. He was close to 60 years old and wore hemp clothes and straw sandals. At first glance, he looked like an old farmer who worked in the fields all year round. However, this person was a founding figure of the Fushui branch and was considered by Chu Lushan to be his trusted aide. The other person's age was similar to the spy's. His surname was Zhang, and his name was Longjing. However, his aura was completely different from the former's. His entire body was filled with the aura of wealth, and he was fully deserving of the title of richest man in Five Colors County. He had connections with both the black and white. His nickname was Grand Secretary Zhang, implying that he was all-powerful in Gangnam-do Five Colors County, no different from a dynasty's Grand Secretary. The Zhang family wasn't considered an outsider in Five Colors County, but they had truly risen to prominence 20 years ago. Before, they could only be considered a wealthy family within a county. Under Zhang Longjing's leadership, they began to soar. After becoming rich and extravagant, they didn't forget to repay their hometown, generously supporting over 100 poor scholars. In order to take care of Zhang Longjing, who hadn't ridden for many years, the group didn't walk quickly. This made Grand Secretary Zhang feel very uneasy. He had originally arranged for his trusted retainer to come on a carriage, but the young vassal king suddenly had the idea of going to Cold Mountain Temple to enjoy the scenery. Even the honorable commander of Beiliang's cavalry, Yuan Zhuozong, was riding a horse. Zhang Longjing didn't dare to go on a carriage alone. Back then, he had transformed from a brave and strong young military officer in the Su family's army. After being immersed in the officialdom for more than 20 years in Five Colors County, many of the edges and corners of the battlefield had already been worn away. Moreover, a generation had already passed since then, so Zhang Longjing didn't dare to forget etiquette in front of the illustrious new King Liang. This time, after revealing his identity and sponsoring provisions for the old master Su family's Beiliang cavalry, Zhang Longjing, who was full of children and grandchildren, wasn't without misgivings. A slight move in one part would affect the entire situation. In reality, all aspects of the family, both inside and outside, were stirred up. Let's not talk about the recent events, just the Zhang family's humble and concubine-born children who had lent a helping hand in the early years were now officials dressed in green silk. Presumably, letters of severing ties with the Zhang family would be sent to the Zhang family residents one after another. Perhaps in the future, the ones who wanted the Zhang family to be executed the most were these people. When Zhang Longjing, who was familiar with the ways of the world, thought of this, he still felt a bit of bitterness. However, if one were to talk about regret, it definitely couldn't be said. Zhang Longjing knew better than anyone that the reason the Zhang family was able to reach its current status, regardless of whether it was in the officialdom or in Jianghu, was because of this old spy Song Shanshui who had never appeared before him, this old man hiding in the shadows behind the scenes, who had contributed greatly. Zhang Longjing felt a burst of burning pain on both sides of his legs. For a moment, he was a bit absent-minded. As someone who came from the old cavalry, he thought back to when he followed the great general to the north and south, to the point where he could even doze off on a bumpy horse without falling off, let alone skillfully urging a horse to fight. He never thought that 20 years later, even riding a horse would be so difficult. It turned out he really was old. Chapter 1703. The young vassal king's words interrupted this Grand Secretary Zhang's daydreaming. Zhang Longjing, when my Beiliang cavalry returns, will there be any problems with Zhang family following us into Beiliang? If there are any difficulties, you can raise them right now. Preparing for a rainy day is always better than being flustered when the time comes. Also, I'll say the ugly words first. Even if Beiliang cavalry goes to Guanglingdao battlefield, as long as they remain in the Central Plains, normally speaking, no one will dare touch your Zhang family. However, if you don't move into Liang, your entire family will be in a grim situation of enemies on all sides. Don't expect old friends to remember old friendships. When the time comes, even if the imperial court doesn't say anything, the local government and local troops will be moved. That is why if there are young disciples in your family who feel lucky, it's best if you explain things clearly to them. If they don't understand, you have to make them understand even if you have to fight them. Of course, just like the previous 16 families, I can guarantee that after Zhang family moves into Beiliang's territory, I don't dare say that your life will be more comfortable than your original place, but it definitely won't be that much worse. Regardless of whether it is the civil or martial path, Beiliang will open its doors wide. I've already spoken to Chu Lushan and Song Dongming. The government and military will squeeze out 50 or so positions for you. After splitting it up, each family will be able to get at least 3 positions. The lowest official position will still be a secondary rank 5 official. When he spoke up to hear, Su Fengnian said in self-mockery, secondary rank 5, even if it is a bit higher, for your county's influential families, it is indeed a bit shabby. That is why I can also privately promise you that if it isn't Lingzhou's local troops, but rather the border army outside the pass, the official rank can be a level higher. If it isn't Liangzhou's government, but Liuzhou's yamen, it can also be an extra level higher. Liang Mang's second great battle is about to begin. The pros and cons of this, you all can decide for yourselves. Zhang Longjing was just about to say something when Su Fengnian suddenly turned around to look at this old soldier who hadn't forgotten about the Su family for 20 years. He first said, including your 5-color county's Zhang family, my Beiliang cavalry's journey here, a total of 17 families, all of you didn't hesitate to take the risk of being executed. I, Su Fengnian, am extremely grateful to you all. I will also do my best to defeat Beiliang so that you won't have any worries. Zhang Longjing was speechless, his expression complicated. The Zhang family had been in 5-color county and even in the entire state for many years. This time, as the head of the family, he had insisted on doing things his own way. In the future, there would definitely be a fierce backlash from both inside and outside the family. However, in the end, the Zhang family had nowhere to go in Liang. It was no longer a matter of whether they could live comfortably or not. If they wanted to live, they could only retreat step by step into Beiliang's territory. Recently, Zhang Longjing had often asked himself. The Zhang family's descendants were starting a new family in a completely unfamiliar place. Even if the young vassal king and Beiliang officials were willing to open a back door and let the younger generation of the family take a shortcut, it was hard to say whether it would go smoothly or not, and whether it would go far or near. The old spy Song Xianxia was also speechless. After all, compared to Zhang Longjing, who only lived in a remote corner, he wanted to know more inside stories. In fact, after the Beiliang cavalry left the vassal king's territory, there were not 17 families who were supported by the Fu Shui house along the way, but 24. The 4 families in Hezhou and Jizhou all stepped forward without hesitation and completely broke with the imperial court. However, as they went further south, there were people who began to change their minds. For example, there were 2 families in the northern part of Gangnam-do. One of them was an old soldier of the Su family, whose previous head had passed away many years ago. This time, they chose to pretend to be deaf and mute. Later, that family even secretly contacted Zhao Go through the government, trying to draw a clear line with Beiliang. The old head of the latter family was still alive. After that, 6 more families successively made similar choices. Song Xianxia believed that the further away they were from Beiliang, the more treacherous families would choose to protect themselves. However, what Song Xianxia found strange was that the Fu Shui house did not make any moves. Originally, the old spy thought that they would deal with this group of white-eyed wolves in the future. However, after following the new Prince Liang tonight and hearing with his own eyes, the ruthless old spy suddenly felt a little uncertain. His intuition told him that it was more likely that they would mind their own business from now on. Song Xianxia, who used to be a scout, felt a little regretful. He felt aggrieved for Beiliang. However, the old spy was not disappointed in Beiliang, especially that young man. Song Xianxia felt a little familiar with this young vassal king who was like thunder in Liang. Not to mention the soldiers who had died on the battlefield. When had General Su Xiao ever mistreated anyone who was still alive? When had he ever haggled over every little thing? In all these years, there were as many vassal families as there were hairs on a cow in Beiliang. There were many hedonistic sons who did evil. Until the general passed away, he did not touch these vermin and these families. He only did his best to build the Beiliang Frontier Army, an elite force that guarded the gate. He patrolled the border time and time again. He more or less ignored the foul atmosphere in Lingzhou behind him. In the end, he kept that promise he made in the past. When I, Su Xiao, obtain riches and honor, I will ensure that the old brothers under me will enjoy the riches and honor with me. Was it that if Liang Meng did not fight, the new Prince Liang, Su Fengnian, would not make such a big fuss in Lingzhou's officialdom? Originally, the old spy was very curious about this matter, but now he could not bring himself to ask. As for whether the Beiliang cavalry would go south to the Central Plains next time, and whether the new Prince Liang had any thoughts of sitting on the dragon throne. For some reason, the old spy did not even want to think about it. In the following conversation between the new Prince Liang and Commander Yuan, the two old men learned that not only did the Jizhou army go south to stop them, the 20,000 Shu elites also left Shu to chase east. Moreover, the Jinggan road in the Central Plains seemed to be ready to make a move. Once a battle broke out, the person who was truly responsible for stopping the Beiliang cavalry, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, would definitely choose a place that was not conducive to the formation of the cavalry. In Zhang Longjing's eyes, the Liang imperial court was inviting him into a trap. Zhang Longjing could not help but be worried. After all, he had been far away from the Su family for 20 years. He had not even seen Liangzhou's Huda city, Yozhou's Gourd city, or Liuzhou's Qingcang city. For the first time, the old spy took the initiative to chat with Zhang Longjing. He lowered his voice and asked, "Are you afraid?" Zhang Longjing, whose thoughts were exposed, did not become angry. He only sighed and said, "I'm not afraid, I'm just worried. I'm worried that the tiger will fall to the plains." The old spy sneered and said, "The tiger will be bullied by dogs? When the tiger roars in the Central Plains, how can dogs bark?" Zhang Longjing was resentful. Suddenly, the young lord's gentle voice came from the front, "Old Song, I accept your flattery, but I can't guarantee that you will be promoted in the Fu Shui chamber. That is Chu Lushan's territory. His words are more effective than mine." The old spy, who was used to not showing his emotions, laughed. Zhang Longjing turned his head and glared at the old bastard who tricked him, surnamed Song. "Don't think that I will invite you to drink again in this lifetime." The old spy, who did not look impressive, replied softly, "I will stay here for the rest of my life. Even if you, Grand Secretary Zhang, want to invite me, you can't." Zhang Longjing asked curiously, "Why not?" The old spy twitched the corner of his mouth, "I'm old. If I stay in the Central Plains and rely on the little experience I have accumulated, it might be useful. If I go to the battlefield outside the Great Wall, I can't afford to lose face. I'm afraid that the young people of the Beiliang Frontier Army will look down on the old soldiers of the Su family." Zhang Longjing was speechless and could only sigh. Suddenly, the old spy raised his voice and shouted, "Your Highness, may I flatter you one more time?" The young lord turned his head and said with a smile, "Just say it. But if you say it, there will be no reward." The old man straightened his back slightly. The spy who hadn't used his real name for 20 years reported the 3 words that he had almost forgotten. He said, "If I, Song Hetien, could be 20 years younger, would follow His Highness to kill the barbarians. Just like when I followed the general to the battlefield, every time I went to the battlefield, I only had one thought. When I died in the battle, I would be surrounded by my fellow soldiers, and there would be brothers who survived to help me." Su Fengnian continued to ride the horse forward. But Yuan Zhuozong slowly slowed down, took off the saber at his waist, threw it over and said with a smile, "Old Song, the prince has already sent out a lot of new cold sabers. He didn't bring any with him this time. Just take it as a gift for the prince." The old spy caught the cold saber that killed 300,000 Beiliang barbarians outside the Beimeng Pass and said with a bright smile, "Commander Yuan, I don't want the saber. I don't need it for a spy who can't see the light of day. It's not suitable to keep it." Zhang Longjing was confused and wondered, "Then why are you holding it so tightly?" The old spy carefully hung the saber at his waist. An old soldier with a new saber. The old man said in a deep voice, "Let me, an old soldier, hang the cold saber for 10 miles. Chapter 1704. Su Fengnian and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain. There were a total of 108 steps. After Zhang Longjing dismounted, he explained that this incense-burning path was also known as the worry-free path. No matter how many pilgrims there were, they would not be troubled after they finished this path. However, Zhang Longjing added with a smile, in my opinion, they were just tired. Even if they were troubled, they would not be able to care about it. Su Fengnian smiled after hearing this. Zhang Longjing sighed and said, Li Yang destroyed the Buddha. A 1,000-year-old temple with a long history is now occupied by a Daoist priest who is close to the government. All the monks in the temple have run away. Back then, the Daoist priest led the soldiers to seal the temple, but the monks in the temple couldn't even take away a single ancient book. Our county's prefectural governor originally didn't worship Elder Huang. In his early years, even his nickname was related to Buddhism. His name was always Fugitive Zen Old Man. This time, with the imperial court's decree, he immediately became a devout believer, and his nickname was also changed to Tranquil Old Man. It's said that not long ago, he successfully established a relationship with the capital's great spiritual master, Wu Lingsu. Last year, in the provincial governor's political evaluation, he outshone all the monks in the temple. Soon, there were rumors that he was going to be a high-ranking official in the capital. Leading the horse, Su Fengnian frowned and said, Is there a stone workshop in front of the mountain gate with the inscription, Buddha in the present? Zhang Longjing nodded and smiled, Your Highness is indeed knowledgeable. There used to be a stone workshop in front of us. The inscription and couplets were made by the previous dynasty's great calligraphy master. They are first-class items. Unfortunately, this time, the Daoist priest has occupied the site. For some reason, someone pushed the stone workshop to it. Your Highness will not be able to see it this time. Su Fengnian sighed and said helplessly, Su Xiao had some stories here in the past. This time, we are passing through the five-colored county. Since it is on the way, we want to try our luck and see the old monk who once asked Su Xiao to lay down the butcher's knife. Forget it, let's go back. Zhang Longjing lamented, There is such a thing? What a pity. If I had known earlier, I would have added tens of thousands of taels of incense money to the cold mountain temple. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. He mounted his horse and went back the way he had come. However, he could vaguely see lights flickering on the side of the road in the distance. This was not a sight he had seen when he had passed by earlier. The old spy, Song Shanshui, instinctively became vigilant. However, he soon felt relieved. Putting aside the fact that the prince was one of the 4 great grandmasters of Wushu, who would dare to provoke Commander Yuan and his personal retainer, Su Yanbing? Even if these 2 experts were to be singled out, your imperial court would probably not have the face to come and greet them without mobilizing 700 to 800 troops, right? Su Fengnian had always been gifted with a photographic memory. He had glanced at the place where the lights flickered. It was a dilapidated local temple at the junction of the road. As he slowed down his horse, he saw an old man in shabby clothes and a hat standing on the side of the road with an oil lamp in his hand. Beside him was a sleepy child who was also wearing a cheap leather hat. Yuan Suozong was relieved. Originally, he thought that the old man was a hidden master. Now, he looked at the old man carefully and found that the old man was just an ordinary old man. However, the old man's physique was slightly stronger than his peers. Su Fengnian did not get off the horse. He leaned forward and asked in a gentle tone, Sir, is there anything I can help you with? After all, the old man was old and his eyesight was not very good. In addition, it was night. So, he raised the oil lamp and smiled, Is your surname Su? Su Fengnian was stunned and asked back, Are you an old member of the Cold Mountain Temple? The old man nodded with a smile. Su Fengnian quickly got off the horse in the surprise of Zhang Longjing and Song Shanshui. He came to the old man and the child and took out a carefully wrapped Buddhist scripture from his arms. He said, "Master lent this Buddhist scripture to my father. Now he has been borrowing it for nearly 20 years. It's time to return it to its owner." The old man did not refuse. He took the Buddhist scripture and said a common saying that disappointed Zhang Longjing. The old man held the lamp in one hand and touched the child's hat with the other. He asked with a smile, "Donor Su, can you give me a few taels of silver? There is no rice left in the rice jar today." Su Fengnian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The Beiliang cavalry did not lack anything on their way to the south except for these insignificant things. Zhang Longjing, the god of wealth in the five-colored county, was even more stunned. He was not the kind of nouveau riche who wanted to wear gold and silver when he went out. Even if he played with jade, it would not be worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. Of course, he would not bring gold and silver with him on this trip. Fortunately, the old spy found a few taels of silver. Su Fengnian took it and gave it to the old monk of the cold mountain temple who wore a leather hat for warmth. To be precise, it was the monk Fa Xian, the old abbot of the famous temple in Jiangnan. The old monk did not have the misgivings of ordinary monks who did not touch money. He openly put it in his sleeve and did not hide his smile. The little monk beside the old man was beaming with joy. With silver, there would be firewood, rice, oil, and salt. He would not have to starve. How could he not be happy? After the old monk put away the silver, he said with emotion, "The imperial court has decreed that temples and monks are not allowed in the Central Plains, and the Cold Mountain Temple is no exception. Some people return to the secular world, while others travel. I once thought of going to the northwest to beg for alms, but I was too old and my new disciple was too young. His legs were as weak as mine, so it was delayed. After thinking about it, it did not matter whether I went to Beiliang or not. If I went to Beiliang, it would just be an old monk finding a place to settle down. If I did not go to Beiliang, I might be able to give a few more fated people a place to settle down." Su Fengnian said sincerely, "Master, I can send someone to send you and your disciple to Beiliang. When the world is peaceful, as long as you still want to return to the Central Plains, Beiliang will definitely escort you." The old monk smiled and shook his head. "Donor Su, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Where is the fate of Buddhism? Don't force it." Su Fengnian did not force it. He also knew that he could not force it. He could only smile and say, "My father often talks about you, Master. He says that you are an eminent monk who really has great Buddhist teachings. He admires you very much." The old monk laughed. "Young Donor Su, you are lying. Although we have only met once, how can I not know old Donor Su's temper? It's good enough that you don't scold me as an untactful old monk." Chapter 1705. Su Fengnian was speechless. Not to mention what he thought, Su Shao did call the old monk bald donkey every time he mentioned the old monk of the Cold Mountain Temple. He even gave the old abbot a nickname of the butcher knife monk in private. Su Fengnian heard the general process of the incident from his mother when he was young. The monk Fa Xian was born in a rich and powerful family. He used to be the vice-director of the Ministry of Personnel in West Chu. After he resigned, he entered Taoism. However, he didn't cultivate in the famous temple on the big mountain. Instead, he chose a remote mountain and lived in seclusion for many years. Later, for some unknown reason, he converted to Buddhism. It was said that he had a debate with the previous abbot of the Cold Mountain Temple. In the eyes of the world, he inexplicably became the abbot. Back then, the Su family galloped across the Central Plains. Wherever the horses passed, the flames of war were incessant. Not to mention the Liaodong tiger from the northeast, even the generals of the armies in the Central Plains would turn pale at the mention of the tiger. Only the monk Fa Xian ran to the Su family's military camp alone with a Buddhist scripture. He asked the butcher Su Shao, who was at the peak of his power at that time, to put down his butcher knife. If Wu Su hadn't stopped him, the monk would have been beheaded or even beaten with a stick. With his wife watching him, Su Xiao had to pinch his nose and take the Buddhist scripture. He absent-mindedly chatted with the monk for a while and then asked someone to send him out of the camp. As the Grand Secretary Zhang of the Five-Colored County, Zhang Longjing was one of the richest men in a province. He was very slippery. He seized the opportunity and said, "Master, many people in my family are vegetarian and recite Buddhist scriptures. Recently, we need to do some Buddhist things." After patiently waiting for Zhang Longjing to finish his flawless speech, the old monk slowly opened his mouth and said, "Benefactor, this poor monk appreciates your kindness. It's a pity that what we're doing in your house is not Buddhist." Just when Zhang Longjing thought this matter was completely over, the old monk unexpectedly changed the topic and said with a smile, "But we still have to go. What if we meet the destined person?" Yuan Suozong and Su Yanbing looked at each other. Su Fengnian was not surprised by this. He said with sincere regret, "The reason for the imperial court's annihilation of Buddhism is complicated. I won't talk about it, but I really hope that you can teach more people about Buddhism." The old monk who was struggling to carry the oil lamp switched his other hand and said calmly, "It's one thing if I don't talk about the Dharma. It's another how many people I talk about it to, and it's another how many people listen to the Dharma. Whether there are Buddhist temples, Buddha statues, Buddhist scriptures, monks, and even Buddhas and Western heaven in this world is actually not the most important thing." The old monk paused for a moment and looked at the young man in front of him. "It depends on whether there is a space in the hearts of all living beings to place the Buddhist Dharma. As long as the Buddhist Dharma exists, the temple exists. As long as the monks exist, Buddha exists. Without Dharma, even if everyone in the world is a monk, what's the point?" Su Fengnian nodded. What the old monk said was a bit big. But as long as there was a place for people to settle down, it was the truth. The Buddhist Dharma in the heart of the old monk was the habitat between the very big and the very small. In the past, Su Fengnian hated boastful scholars and was tired of those fortune-tellers. Now that he thought about it, it was probably because he couldn't stand those kinds of unrealistic words, especially the former. They knew the truth but didn't know the reason, as if they had already told you the truth. What to do next was up to you. When he was still in His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian had a lot of opinions about the so-called literati and civil officials. But before and after the hereditary succession, even though he had two unpleasant experiences in the capital, his impression of the scholars in Liyang changed more and more. Among them were Chancellor Wang, Huang Shang, Han Guzi, Qi Yanglong, and so on. These were important figures who didn't blindly view Beiliang as an enemy. Of course, there were also pillars of the imperial court like Zhang Jiulu and Huan Wen who had always had the intention of removing the vassals from Beiliang. Then Su Fengnian began to think about a question. Could it be that when the young scholars grew older and had more experience, they could also grow into pillars of the imperial court worthy of anyone's admiration and the backbone of the country? The monk Fa Xian glanced at the people around Su Fengnian and withdrew his warm smile. He asked indifferently, "Benefactor Su, Beiliang has already started an uprising. Are they determined to rebel?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "They are not rebelling." The old monk who wore a leather hat and didn't wear a kasaya, so he didn't show his identity as a monk. He was a little surprised and continued to ask, "Is the prince receiving an imperial edict to quell the rebellion?" Su Fengnian still shook his head and said, "There is an imperial edict from Great P City, but I definitely can't see it. Probably the Jidushi Kai Nan and the administrator Han Lin who are now bedridden have already received the imperial edict." The old monk frowned and asked, "Then does Guangling Road need the Beiliang cavalry to help the imperial court army quell the rebellion?" Su Fengnian continued to shake his head and said, "No need. If there is a need, behind me is not 10,000 Beiliang cavalry, but at least 20,000 Yuzhou infantry." At this point, Yuan Suozong narrowed his eyes and was filled with murderous intent. After the old monk made an "oh" sound, he asked 3 questions in a row expressionlessly. Is Bailiang in the territory of Liang? Are the people of Bailiang the people of Liang? Is the Bailiang frontier army the army of Liang? Su Fengnian also nodded expressionlessly and said, yes. The old monk who held the oil lamp stood in the darkness and was silent for a long time. He asked, King of Bailiang, were there any immoral and fatuous emperors among the 3 emperors of Liang? Su Fengnian smiled and said, not only were there no such emperors, but regardless of the personal grudges between the Su and Zhao families, to be fair, the 3 emperors of Liang were all wise emperors in the history books. Zhao Li was talented and wise, even better than the founding emperor of Liang. Zhao Dun was diligent and tolerant, which was rarely seen in thousands of years. Zhao Xuan was ambitious, but he didn't have high standards. Give him 10 years of peace, and the world will be peaceful. The old monk sneered, and then his smile suddenly disappeared. He said heavily, what a strange thing. Su Fengnian put his hands in his sleeves and said slowly, Master, you must be wondering why you, as a remnant of West Chu and a monk who had to live in a temple at the foot of the mountain, can look at the world calmly. Why would I, Su Fengnian, the northwest vassal king, lead an army to the south for my own selfish reasons? The old monk stared at the young man, looking at his eyes instead of his face. Does your highness have something to hide? Su Fengnian said self-mockingly, yes, but for everyone, it's not worth mentioning. The old monk gently lifted the oil lamp in his hand and said, really not worth mentioning? I'm old and muddle-headed. If I don't lift the lamp, I can't recognize the road, can't see people, and can't see you. Isn't that also not worth mentioning? Maybe everyone in the world is, but I'm not at this moment. Su Fengnian wanted to say something, but he hesitated. The old monk seemed to be talking to himself and said, this world is very strange. Bailiang, a barren land, had to be defended by the fierce army under the Su family. Su Shao had to be in charge to deter Beimang. Otherwise, not to mention others, even Gu Jiantang would not be able to defend it. At the same time, removing the vassal state was an irresistible trend. If the Su family was lucky enough to defeat Beimang, removing the vassal state would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. No matter what the 2 successive kings of Bailiang thought, it was hard to guarantee that their trusted subordinates would add fuel to the fire and wholeheartedly want to become the emperor's minister and support the emperor. Therefore, the emperor of Liang and the Su family were very difficult for Bailiang and the Su family. As the son of heaven, he could only let the civil and military officials and scholars scold him, but the Bailiang cavalry could only be surnamed Su. Later, a scholar surnamed Zhang became a high-ranking official and came up with a way to make Bailiang and Beimang wear each other out. It would be best if the fish dies and the net splits. Su Fengnian said with a smile, yes, in the eyes of the imperial court, it was a dog-eat-dog situation. The old monk glanced at the young king. Su Fengnian said frankly, if the Su family implicated the imperial court to not treat the people of Bailiang as the people of Liang, I'll admit it, and so will Su Shao. The old monk became silent. Su Fengnian stood there, lost in thought. To say the least, the Su family caused the Bailiang frontier army to die generously, but couldn't show their bravery. I'll admit it. A young lord and an old monk. At this point, the old spy subconsciously reached out his hand to press the cold saber on his waist. However, Yuan Zhuozong gently pressed his arm and shook his head at the old man who looked indignant. Su Fengnian's sleeves were in front of him. The young men who looked like farmers in the countryside were chatting with an elder about the harvest. There was no resentment in their words, nor was there any passion. They were just talking about daily life. It was as if they were saying that it was going to rain, so they should quickly harvest the grain in the grain-drying field. There was a lot of rain this spring, so there should be more grain this year than last year. Chapter 1706. Su Fengnian said softly, before Beimang went south to the Central Plains, there were 2 paths they could choose from. One was to enter Beimang and occupy Shishu, going east from the west and looking down. The other was to go south from Jizhou and enter the Central Plains. That was why they entered Dafeng dynasty's capital 3 times. Now there are 3 paths. Other than attacking Beiliang's Jizhou, there are 2 more Liao. The reason is simple. Liang's capital is too far north. Emperor Zhao Li used the reason that the monarch should guard the border to reject the suggestion of moving the capital south to Guangling River. Therefore, according to common sense, Beimang's army can attack Liaodong. As long as they win, they can go straight to Great Peace City. It's almost a one-time thing. The old monk said with a smile, "Your Highness, you can say, but now." This time, not only did the old spy have to be held down by Yuan Zhuozong to not pull out his sword to attack, even Su Yanbing, who had been watching coldly from the side, started to frown. He was a bit angry. Su Fengnian said calmly, but there are 300,000 border soldiers from Beiliang. Most importantly, there are hundreds of thousands of elite cavalry. Of course, there are also the 2 Liao border fortifications built with half of the country's resources. The 2 coexist, so Beimang doesn't dare to act rashly. Once they attack Great Peace City for more than a month, Beiliang's cavalry can use the northern border with Jizhou as the core as support to attack Liaodong. In this way, Beimang's army can only fight like a cornered beast. When the army from the south of Liang arrives, Beimang will have no chance of winning. As for Beimang's army using Jizhou as a breakthrough point, even the country's scholars who only know how to talk about strategy on paper know that it's a move that only fools would do. In that case, does it mean that our northern Liang border army is duty-bound to Liang and the Central Plains, and that our contributions cannot go unnoticed? The old monk asked back, "Isn't it?" Su Fengnian smiled, "No, it's not. The key is that both the imperial court and Beiliang think that the Beiliang cavalry is the private army of the Su family. They only recognize the Su flag, not the imperial edict or the emperor of the Zhao family." Then, there was a question that was placed on the table of the Su and Zhao families. Neither side could avoid it. Su Shao had thought about this question back then. If his eldest son was an embroidered pillow who neither followed his father nor his mother, then could he go to Tai and city and be a prince consort who enjoyed himself regardless of the wind and rain? Or go to the Central Plains and change to a random vassal state and become a prince of Taiping? I think the late emperor of Liang, Zhao Duan, had thought about this problem many times. How could he ensure that Beimang and Beiliang would fight to the death and that Beiliang's military power would be stable? Could he change the surname of the unruly Beiliang and change the master? Many people in the Central Plains have said that during the Spring and Autumn War, if it were Gu Jiantang, who debuted later than Su Shao, he could still destroy the 6 states. However, because Su Shao destroyed 6 of the 8 states of Spring and Autumn outside of Liang, Gu Jiantang could only helplessly follow behind the Su family's army and pick up scraps. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was younger than Su Shao by more than 10 years and joined the army 10 years later. Otherwise, Great General Gu Jiantang wouldn't have stopped at 2 states. Perhaps Great Master would be unable to resist asking, "Isn't that so?" The old monk couldn't help but laugh. Even the little monk, who was confused from the beginning to the end, felt amused. Yuan Zhuozong smiled knowingly. Su Yanbing also loosened his frown. Su Fengnian sighed. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth, and there was a rare sense of pride. He shook his head and said, "The answer is yes and no. Because if it were Gu Jiantang, he wouldn't have been able to win the Battle of Western Fortress, let alone defeat West Chu, which was still capable of fighting after being defeated." The old monk didn't express his opinion. Apparently, he was skeptical. Although the old man was a remnant of West Chu, he had resigned long ago and became an itinerant man in Jianghu. At first, he was a civil official who liked to talk and was not good at military affairs. He was deeply hurt by the war between the 2 states, but he didn't have a deep understanding of it. Su Fengnian held back his laughter and said, "It was Gu Jiantang himself who said that he couldn't win the Battle of Western Fortress, and he said it to Su Shao when there was no one around. The old monk, who was a little embarrassed, subconsciously raised his arm as if he wanted to touch the bald head, but he only touched the old leather hat. Su Fengnian suddenly asked, "Great Master, why did you say that only Su Xiao could guard the northwest of Yonghui-Chu?" The old monk didn't hide anything and said, "It was something that Dragon General Su Gong, who was from the Gongnamdu Gumu Su family, told me. I know what it is, but I don't know why, so I borrowed it." Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, "To tell you the truth, Su Gong, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, was the general who stopped the Bailiang cavalry from going to Guangling." The old monk was speechless. Su Fengnian changed the topic and said, "When I first traveled Jianghu, Zhao Go tried to assassinate me many times. As for the first few assassinations in Bailiang Palace, I believe that Great Master wouldn't believe that it wasn't Zhao Go's arrangement." The old monk nodded. He didn't doubt this at all. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "I also came to the capital later as the crown prince. Only then did I know that the empress, who is now the Empress Dowager, had tried to stop Zhao Go in private." Why did she do that? Personally, at that time, she probably felt that the relationship between the Su and Zhao families was still a little bit. Or maybe she felt a little guilty about the white clothes case in the capital. But the real crux of the matter was that she considered the long term and was more beneficial to the country. That is, Bailiang had a dandy son, His Royal Highness. Having the eldest son of the Su family, who had the opportunity to become a puppet of the imperial court, was far better than Su Xiao, who rebelled in a fit of anger. In fact, at that time, she and the man on the dragon throne were very different. The late Emperor Zhao Dun had always hoped that Bailiang would be surnamed Chen. He hoped that the white-clothed war sage, Chen Jibao, whom he greatly admired, would guard the country for the Zhao family. But the Empress Dowager Zhao Ji was not only afraid of Chen Jibao, but she also had selfish motives. That is, in order to break the rule of the Zhao family in Liang, she wanted her eldest son, Zhao Wu, to be made a vassal of Bailiang. He would remove the character North and replace it with Liang, and become the Liang prince. At that time, he would have two sons. One would sit on the dragon throne and wear a dragon robe to rule the world, while the other would spread his whip across the desert. This could be considered a form of compensation for Zhao Wu's failure to become the emperor. Everyone would be happy. "Master, let me ask you. If I suddenly died, and Su Xiao also died, or if something similar happened, and I didn't want to suffer outside the border, I just wanted to go to the capital and live a peaceful life in the Central Plains." Moreover, Su Xiao also agreed to it. Then, if the generals in Bailiang didn't have internal strife, and if Gu Jiantang came to lead the army in Bailiang as the great general of the pillar of the state, what would the situation be like? Although I don't know about military affairs, I think it would be a good thing. If Gu Jiantang led the Bailiang frontier army to fight to the death, the imperial court would also promise to let Gu Jiantang be conferred the title of king after his death. However, it probably wouldn't be hereditary. Otherwise, it would be the second Su family. After all, I also know about the matter of the army's morale. It is built through continuous fighting, and also through the deaths of people. Yes, it's indeed the best ending. Then, if I take a step back and say that Su Xiao and I are dead at the same time, will the generals in Bailiang obey Gu Jiantang's command? Well, I don't dare to make a presumption. The night fell into silence. Yuan Zhuozong said indifferently, "Master, can you trust that I will say something fair?" The old monk was a little surprised and smiled. "So you are General Yuan Baixiong, who fought in the princess tomb. Tell me, this penniless monk believes you." Yuan Zhuozong said slowly, "Under the premise that my adoptive father and the prince ordered me not to make any trouble, I will only say the words of the bold men in Bailiang. I will leave Bailiang and may go to the western regions. I will never enter the central plains of Bailiang again. As for the other two adoptive sons, Chu Lushan will establish himself as king in Liuzhou. He may even go to Beimang after his adoptive father's death. Qi Dang will take off his armor and become a retainer for the prince. Among those commander-in-chief commanders of the northern Liang border army's cavalry, Yan Wenluan might run straight to Mount Qingliang to risk her life. Even if she didn't go, most likely she would die of anger. If she didn't die of anger, she would shut herself in and not come out. Chen Yinshui, Zhou Kong, He Zhonghu, and the others all left the border army. Among the young generals, Lu Jinu, Hu Kuei, Shi Fu, Ningame, Wang Lingbao, Li Mofen and others would all leave the frontier army. In the end, among those who stayed in the border army, there was no need to think about the old man. Only people like Cao Xiaojiao could be considered useful. Once these people leave, even if Gu Jiantang brings all his old subordinates from the spring and autumn period to Beiliang, even if the framework of the 300,000 border army is still there, I think the fighting power will be less than half of the original. Maybe you will think that half of the fighting power will still be 150,000 soldiers. With the addition of Kai Nan's army, someone's western Shu, the support of grain and endless reinforcements from the central plains, such as the Qingzhou army, you can even mobilize the capital army to the northwest. In the end, you still have a chance to stall the Beimang army and slowly exhaust Beimang's national strength, right? It was the third time that the old monk said this tonight. Is it not? Yuan Zhuozong took a deep breath and sneered, is it? Of course not. You know, in the Battle of Liangmang, Beiliang defeated Beimang by a fluke. Why, when you heard that only 100,000 Beiliang died and only 30 Beimang died, you think it was easy to win? I don't mind telling you the truth. At that time, Beiliang was fighting on 3 fronts. As long as one front collapsed, the whole line would be defeated. At that time, it was not only 100,000 Beiliang that died, but also 300,000 border soldiers plus 300,000. Su Fengnian looked up at the night sky and murmured in a low voice that only he could hear, only 100,000 died. Yuan Zhuozong realized that he had lost his composure and tried to calm down, but these are not the real deadlock. The real hidden danger is, Su Fengnian directly called his name and interrupted Yuan Zhuozong, Yuan Zhuozong. Chapter 1707. Yuan Zhuozong did not say anything and even closed his eyes to concentrate. It was a chance meeting, but they still wanted to continue. At the same time, they did not leave happily. The 5 of them rode slowly. Yuan Zhuozong suddenly smiled and said, "Do you feel better now?" Su Fengnian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It was as if there was a refreshing spring breeze. He smiled and said, "I feel much better now that I've poured out all my complaints. I can't say that in Beiliang. After all, everyone who follows me is bullied, especially my second sister and Su Beiji. They are kind enough not to use me as a punching bag." Yuan Zhuozong smiled, but soon he was worried, because of the defeat of the border army of Huai and the banner of Jingnan, "Our journey to the south is safe." But soon, the elite cavalry of Ji Bei, the infantry of Western Shu, and the army of Qing province will converge. Plus, we are getting closer to the battlefield of Guangling. Wu Zhongshuan's army of northern borderline is eyeing us covetously. I'm afraid that someone will jump out to disgust us so as to flatter the imperial court. It won't hinder us, but it will be troublesome. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "Since we've decided to go south, we don't expect to have a good reputation in the Central Plains." Su Yanbing joked, "Prince, you've helped Beiliang build a good reputation in the past 2 years. Most likely, you'll be beaten back to the original." Su Fengnian curled his lips and said, "It's not a problem." Su Yanbing clicked his tongue and said, "That's what the king of Beiliang said." Yuan Zhuozong echoed, "That's what the Grandmaster of Wushu said." The old spy and Zhang Longjing said at the same time, "Yes." Su Fengnian put on a serious face and said, "How dare you? Drag this king out and behead him." A burst of hearty laughter spread far and wide in the night. As one of the ancestral temples of Buddhism, the Cold Mountain Temple had always been famous for its small temple but big Buddha. Unlike the 2 Zen temples, which occupied a large area and had many monks, the Cold Mountain Temple had no more than 100 monks in its history. As one of the three founding ancestors of Buddhism, monk Quanxin was highly respected by the emperors and ministers of Dafeng dynasty. The last emperor of Dafeng dynasty even honored him as the Bodhisattva of flesh. The origin of the Buddhist prayer beads today was also the soybean count that monk Quanxin first proposed. This ancient temple was able to escape the calamity of the Spring and Autumn War, preserved in perfect condition. However, the imperial court destroyed it with a single order. After the 5 riders disappeared into the night, the old monk, Fa Xian, let the young monk return to the earth temple with the oil lamp to sleep. The old man strolled alone on a small path that was soaked with night dew, like a wandering ghost in the wilderness. After about an hour, he finally returned to the earth temple. Unlike the small temple from before, which was as cold as a grave, the earth temple had been decorated with lanterns and colored banners in just an hour. It was grand and magnificent, and had the air of a noble family. Not only were there stone steps laid out to add charcoal to the stove, there was a middle-aged man who was as elegant as an immortal sitting by the stove. There were also several maidservants who were as beautiful as fairies serving him attentively by his side. The old monk was not surprised. He walked up the steps and squatted by the stove to warm himself. The middle-aged man was like a man in a painting. He asked softly, "How is it?" The old man took off his leather hat and put it on his knees. He said softly, "He's more reasonable than his father. Moreover, when he talks about reasons, he also has a way of talking. In short, he's better than his father, Su Shao." The old man raised his head and looked at the man who could be said to be the only remaining schemer of the Spring and Autumn War. "Mr. Nalen, are you really going to incite the Gongnamdu scholars and the people of Jianghu to go against the Bailiang cavalry? Aren't you afraid of overreaching yourself? I don't think that young man is someone who can be easily fooled. Aren't you afraid of going too far?" The middle-aged man called Mr. Nalen by Fa Xian lowered his head and fiddled with the charcoal. His face was like jade, glowing with a beautiful luster. He did not answer the question. "You Buddhists have 16 visualizations. Is there a saying about visualizing oneself? I don't think so. It's too late to sacrifice oneself, so what's the point of visualizing?" The old monk sighed helplessly. "You're more like a monk than I am." Nalen Yusi sneered. "Fa Xian, don't forget that you were supposed to be an important chess piece in Hong Jia's escape to the north. You were supposed to go to Beimang to be the head of the Buddha. You nodded and agreed at that time, but you went back on your words. That person can forget about this, but I'm not as narrow-minded as him." The old monk touched his bald head. "I can't help it. Back then, I couldn't find a place to belong in the Confucian books. After that, I couldn't find a place to stay in Elder Huang's teachings. Originally, I was just making a last-minute effort to escape with everyone. I didn't think that I would really treat this foreign land as my home. Since I've really become a monk, I shouldn't care about the secular world anymore." Nalen Yusi said angrily, "Not caring about the secular world, not caring about the secular world? Not caring about the common people in the world?" The old monk chuckled. "Living in the secular world, I'm just throwing away my skin in this life. All living beings have their own happiness, and all living beings have their own suffering." Nalen Yusi suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "Uncle!" The old monk stared at the basin of charcoal fire in a trance. Nalen Yusi said angrily, "Chao Chongqing secretly contacted the old people of the southern dynasty. Even Wang Sui and Gu Jiantang were persuaded by him. He promised that after West Chu was done, Wang Sui would be allowed to restore Dongyue. He promised that Gu Jiantang would become the most powerful person in the world, not just the Liang pillar state that Su Shao didn't want. Once the Central Plains were pacified and Beimang was annexed, he also promised that the Jiang family of West Chu would only exist for 1 generation. Then, Jiang Yi would abdicate and the descendants of the Gu family would be the emperor. This was the end of the spring and autumn period that Chao Chongqing had set in his heart. The old monk sighed. "All living beings are suffering. Nalan Yusi stood on the steps and pursed his lips. His eyes were gloomy. The old monk no longer called the younger generation of the family teacher. Instead, he asked straightforwardly, "You forced Su Fengnian to oppose the imperial court and forced the Central Plains to regard Beiliang as an enemy. Are you plotting for King Zhaobing or Crown Prince Zhao Zhu of Yan dynasty?" Nalan Yusi's face was cold and hard. He said in a deep voice, "As long as Beimang loses the power to go south in the future, the Su family with the powerful army will not be allowed in Liang. Beiliang, which is like a feudal town, will not be allowed to exist in the world. This is the general trend. Anyone who becomes the emperor will do the same thing. Not to mention the current emperor, Zhao Zhuan, even if Zhao Zhu, who is assisted by Nalan Yusi, becomes the emperor, even if he and Su Fengnian have been sworn brothers since childhood, as long as Su Fengnian is still the king of Beiliang, the situation of Beiliang won't change at all. It might even be worse than 20 years ago. Liang can't do anything to the Beiliang cavalry now, but it doesn't mean that it will still be helpless 5 or 10 years later." Monk Fa Xian flipped his palm and changed his palm to the back of his hand to warm the fire. "Your plan is quite long-term. You even took into account the friendship between Su Fengnian and your young strategist. But let me ask you, it's the principle of an emperor to get rid of the hounds when they're dead. So is it also the principle of a desperate dog?" The old monk didn't wait for Nalan Yusi to speak and continued, "Why didn't Beiliang send its left and right cavalry to go south to the Central Plains? Why did it have to be the core of Beiliang cavalry, the great snow dragon cavalry? Was it this 10,000 cavalry that went deep into the hinterland? Was it that young king's impulsiveness? Did he want to show off the power of the Su family and show off in front of his neighbor, the Central Plains? I don't think so. The Su family has been outside the Northwest Pass for 20 years and has fought with the Beimang barbarians for 20 years. They have never coveted the Central Plains, whether in the past or in the future. Especially the 20 families that you said are secretly relying on Beiliang. They are openly appearing in the eyes of the imperial court. In this way, isn't Beiliang telling Great Peace City that they are not rebelling this time? Using the banner of pacifying Great Peace City, they are taking a step back. In this way, they are taking another step back. Beiliang's propriety is obvious. Now, you, Nalan Yusi, want to break the propriety of both sides. Aren't you afraid that your actions will reduce the relationship between Su Fengnian and Zhao Zhu? At that time, Zhao Zhu will reveal his dagger. Do you really think that Su Fengnian won't rebel in anger? At that time, Beimang will most likely be crippled. Who will win the Central Plains? Maybe Su Fengnian's Beiliang cavalry will be able to go all out." The old monk suddenly stopped talking and slowly turned his head. He looked at the slender figure with a face full of shock. You, Nalan Yusi, want Su Fengnian to be the emperor?" Nalan Yusi didn't admit or deny it. He began to laugh. Nalan Yusi stretched out 2 fingers and gently twirled a strand of hair hanging down his ear. He gritted his teeth and said, "The only disciple of Li Yishan, why can't he be the emperor?" The old monk lowered his head and murmured, "Crazy, crazy." At that time, when the administrator of Lianghuai, Han Lin, who was knocked out, woke up, he was already on the way back to the administrator's mansion. This second-rank official was lying in the carriage. After sitting up, he leaned against the wall of the carriage and was lost in thought. There were many things he couldn't figure out. Just like how he couldn't figure out why his teacher didn't choose Zhao Yuling or Yi Maochun in Jianghu, but only chose Wang Xiongui, who obviously didn't have the prime minister's temperament, as his successor. Now, Han Lin, who was placed high hopes on by the imperial court, also couldn't figure out why the young man personally led the troops to the south to wade in the muddy water when there was a progress in the transportation of water and the imperial court had already loosened up. It was true that it was the duty of the vassal king to quell the rebellion, but now the emperor was not so miserable that he couldn't even send an imperial edict out of the capital. How could the Beiliang cavalry dare to leave the territory without permission? Han Lin also couldn't figure out why Jidushi Kai Nan, who didn't have any personal friendship with him, wanted to withdraw himself and safely stay away from this monstrous storm that was enough to end his official career, instead of dragging him into the water and suffering together. Only at this moment did Han Lin, who had been promoted step by step in the capital's officialdom, understand one thing. No matter how knowledgeable a scholar was, he was not the same as a group of warriors on the battlefield, because you never knew what shocking action they would do next. Han Lin lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the vast expanse of white snow outside. He felt cold all over. He felt a little guilty for Kai Nan, but he hated the king of Bailiang who didn't follow the rules. Chapter 1708. Han Lin thought that if Kai Nan did not die from this disaster, even if he had to bear the risk of being suspected by the court, he would still drink and chat merrily with this former general of Gu Jiantang's. However, Han Lin quickly felt desolate. How could Kai Nan, as the main general, not die under the charge of such a powerful cavalry? Han Lin sighed softly, and then his gaze became determined. He decided that as long as he was an official in the Huai River, he would take care of Kai Nan's family. However, the administrator certainly would not have thought that Kai Nan had not actually died in battle. Instead, he had been seriously ill and unconscious for many days. That bed was not in the Kai family's residence, but in the army's tent. From this, one could see the severity of his injuries, to the point where he could not withstand even the slightest jolt of the carriage. So much so that when the eunuchs of the ceremony directorate who had rushed all the way from the capital to Hezhou to announce the imperial edict entered the tent with the rhinoceros horn shaft, they also smelled the strong smell of medicine and the unconcealable smell of blood. In reality, before lifting the curtain, the eunuch had already seen the wives and children of the regional commanders. All of them were in a state of panic. They were worried that the life and death of the backbone of their families was unknown, and they were also worried that the court would be furious and punish them. Along the way, although most of the big military tents were just fleeting glimpses, the mournful scene of everyone being in a daze could not be faked. It was the kind of mournful army that had suffered a great defeat, and it must have been a crushing defeat. As one of the 8 eunuchs of the ceremony directorate, whose seniority could not be considered the oldest in the imperial palace of Great Peace City, it was far from his turn to announce the edicts of a major second-rank border official. However, this time, the announcement of the edict was clearly an evil task that all the important figures in red python robes had tacitly agreed upon. The head of the ceremony directorate, Song Tonglu, could not leave the Son of Heaven's side. As the second-in-command eunuch, according to the law, he could only hold up the white jade scroll edicts. Otherwise, it would be too shameful. Next was the official eunuch. Of the 8 eunuchs, he was the one with the least seniority and backing. If he did not come, who would? The self-pitying middle-aged eunuch had a stern face and narrowed his eyes. He first looked around, and then slowly cast his gaze on the sickbed. Beside the bed stood a pale-faced young general. He could not even stand straight and leaned on a cane. The eunuch frowned. Before he came, Zhao Guo had given a general description of the situation of Kai Nan's army. Some of the main generals had described it in detail. The tall and sturdy young man in front of him should be Kai Nan's only adopted son. He was the orphan of a comrade who had died in southern Tang early on. He had taken Kai Nan's surname from a long time ago and was called Kai Bai. In the Kai family, Kai Bai's status was not lower than Kai Nan's 3 sons. It was said that Kai Bai had personally taken care of many matters that could not be shown in public. Zhao Guo, who was responsible for keeping an eye on Kai Nan, had also given some good comments. He believed that Kai Nan was worth the imperial court trying to rope him in and nurture him. Once he succeeded, the tens of thousands of troops trained by Kai Nan in the future would naturally become soldiers that the imperial court could use. Originally, the middle-aged eunuch would have absolutely no access to this kind of inside information. However, on this journey of 1,000 li to announce the edict, there were just too many things outside the imperial edict. From the very beginning, there were many mysteries. First, the powerful eunuch who held the writing brush found him and had a heart-to-heart talk. He repeatedly warned him that this trip to the Lianghuai path to announce the imperial edict had to be done in secret. Even stranger was that the edict that was handed to him was not one, but two. Only the boxes were slightly different. When the writing brush eunuch handed over the two boxes, he used his fingernail to scratch a hidden mark on one of the boxes. He said that if Kai Nan's army stopped the Bailiang cavalry, he would announce the imperial edict in this box. If they lost, and it had to be a crushing defeat, then the other box would be opened. If they dealt with it carelessly and put on a show of great battle array, but in reality, they were secretly allowing the Bailiang cavalry to swagger across the border, then there was no need to open either of the boxes. You could just take it as you had left the capital to patrol the border. You could return as you went, say nothing, and see no one. But it was important to remember that no matter which imperial edict it was, it had to be announced after the dust had settled and the situation was clear. It could not be too late, and it could even be delayed by a few days. If the timing was not right, then there would be someone to help advise. Therefore, after this eunuch from the ceremony directorate received a hint from Jianghu, he came to Kai Nan's tent in a daze. Kai Bai limped forward a few steps and bowed with cupped fists. He said in a low voice, "General Kai Bai greets eunuch." The eunuch nodded and said in a shrill voice, "General Kai, has the regional commander not woken up yet? If so, then it will be difficult to receive the imperial edict." Kai Bai did his best to hide his sadness and said softly, reporting to eunuch, "Foster father woke up once yesterday, but he quickly fell unconscious again." A few of the military doctors and the divine Dr. Ma, who we invited from Liuji County in River Province, all said that foster father's internal organs were injured this time. Even if he woke up one day, he might not be able to charge and break through the enemy lines again. The eunuch asked calmly, "Divine Dr. Ma from Liuji County? Is that the Ma family that produced 6 or 7 imperial physicians?" Kai Bai nodded and said, "Yes." The middle-aged eunuch nodded. In fact, after the divine doctor left Kai Nan's tent, Jianghu had secretly found him and confirmed Kai Nan's injuries. It was indeed very serious, injuring his internal organs. Normal people would have to lie in bed for 100 days to recover from their injuries, let alone this case. He finally revealed a sorrowful expression and said emotionally, "I never thought that the regional commander would be so seriously injured." "Forget it, just treat it as the regional commander receiving the imperial edict while lying down. I believe that His Majesty will not blame us. Even if there is some punishment, it is our family's matter. No matter what, even if we have to risk our lives, we will not let the loyal regional commander suffer any grievances." After hearing this, Kai Bai, who was a tough man who bled on the battlefield but did not shed tears, actually knelt down without waiting for the eunuch to announce the imperial edict. He just sobbed silently as if he had suffered a great grievance and did not say anything. At this time, the middle-aged eunuch was truly moved. If this young man showed the slightest sign of gratitude, then he would be suspicious. Kai Bai's personality was clearly recorded in Jianghu's secret files. He was definitely not the kind of person who would flatter others. After probing, the eunuch moistened his throat and began to read the imperial edict. The handwriting was naturally good. It did not look like the handwriting of any of the Hanlin Academy's Huangmen. It was rather similar to the handwriting of his own eunuch. The contents of the imperial edict were very shocking. Even the eunuch himself was stunned. However, he hid it very well. The general idea was that Bailiang's 10,000 cavalry had left their territory and rushed to Guangling Road to carry out the imperial edict. The imperial court originally wanted the Bailiang cavalry to secretly leave the border at the end of spring and join forces with the general of the southern expedition, Lu Xingxiang, and the minister of war, Wu Zhongshuan, to deal a heavy blow to the Guangling rebel army. Therefore, when they heard that Bailiang had sent out troops early for no reason, the imperial court had no time to inform the Huai and Huai, resulting in this disaster. Kai Bai suddenly raised his head. His face was full of tears. There was shock, bewilderment, unwillingness, and a resentment that should not be shown on his face as an official of Liang. The middle-aged eunuch was very satisfied with this young man's performance. This was the emotion of a normal person. The eunuch, who had received Zhao Guo's secret instructions, was not in a hurry to reveal the truth. Instead, he frowned and said gloomily, "What is it? Is the general dissatisfied?" Kai Bai's expression was pained. In the end, he slammed his fists on the hard ground. "I am not the least bit dissatisfied with the imperial court. I only hate that king of Bailiang. Why did he send out troops early? Taking 10,000 steps back, since you, Su Fengnian, have received the imperial edict, why didn't you talk to my adoptive father about the Huai and Huai border army? Could it be that he wants to use the Huai and Huai soldiers as stepping stones just so he can make a name for himself in the imperial court? It is clear that Su Fengnian has held a grudge against my adoptive father for many years. I, Kai Bai, refuse to accept this. If I can command an army alone in the future, I will definitely fight to the death for my adoptive father and my brothers." Having said this, Kai Bai suddenly closed his mouth and lowered his head even more. One was a half-dead man lying on the ground, and the other was a man kneeling and staring at the ground. There was no one in the tent looking at him, so the middle-aged eunuch curled the corners of his mouth slightly. He slowly said, "Young general, I see that your Kai family is full of loyalty and bravery. That is why I am willing to tell you these things that should not be spread. Some things should not be said, but kept in the heart. After all, not everyone is as tight-lipped as I am." Kai Bai raised his head and used his arm to rub his face carelessly. He nodded vigorously. He was a smart man who had been enlightened. The middle-aged eunuch laughed, but when he thought of the shady business that Zhao Guo wanted him to do, his expression became somewhat serious. However, since the eunuch had already laid the groundwork, compared to the surprise of the imperial edict just now, the secret edict that could not be written on the tip of the pen was somewhat reasonable. He quickly stepped forward, holding the edict in one hand and supporting the young general with the other. His expression was amiable as he said, "I will also be bold enough to make an exception. I will not say the words 'receive the edict.' Young general, just take it." After Kai Bai solemnly received the imperial edict with both hands, the eunuch lowered his voice and said, "Young general, in addition to the imperial edict in your hands, there is actually another imperial edict from His Majesty's mouth. Although there are not many words, you must listen carefully." After a moment of surprise, Kai Bai immediately knelt again. The middle-aged eunuch said in a low voice, "The Huaija Dushi Kai Nan is granted the title of Count Zhongyi." This time, Kai Bai raised his head. His expression was completely different, one of surprise and gratitude. Chapter 1709. The eunuch carefully chose his words and slowly said, "There are some things that little general needs to understand in his heart. I am not a flying immortal on the earth, I am only a eunuch with mediocre leg strength. How can I bring this secret edict to Yurifu today? Is it not because His Majesty, as soon as he learned that the Bailiang barbarians had sent troops ahead of time, thought that your adoptive father and the elites of the two Huai would bravely stop them? Did he think that there would be a day like this? Otherwise, how could your Kai family have such a grand edict of imperial grace? It is clear that in His Majesty's heart, he greatly relies on your two Huai and is willing to see you as a pillar of the country." Kai Bai faced the east, in the direction of Great Peace City, and kowtowed with all his strength. What followed was not the usual polite greetings between eunuchs and officials of the capital. The accompanying eunuch was about to leave the tent and return to the capital to report. Kai Bai wanted someone to hurriedly send over some good items that were more valuable than silver, but the middle-aged eunuch refused with a smile and left without hesitation. There were eunuchs in the world who were not greedy for money, but there were very few, and he was not one of them. He was only able to become an accompanying eunuch, especially when the first two head eunuchs were Han Shengxian and Song Tonglu. He should understand that sometimes, when dealing with people, not taking money would not only be able to sleep soundly, but it was actually more valuable than taking money. After Kai Bai carefully put down the imperial edict, he limped and insisted on sending the middle-aged eunuch to the gate of the camp. He watched as the eunuch entered the carriage and left until he completely disappeared from sight. Only then did he return to the lifeless tent and sit on the little stool by the bed. He did not say a word, and his eyes were dark and gloomy. A hoarse voice that should not have appeared entered his ears. "Buyer, that eunuch has left?" Kai Bai was not shocked. He nodded and said, "Adoptive father has gone far." Kai Nan's body did not move at all, only his lips moved slightly. He originally wanted to laugh coldly, but it was too difficult. In the end, the root of the illness had been planted. It was absolutely true. However, that young king had acted with great propriety and care. Just like the actions of the 10,000 Bailiang cavalry. It was to open the formation. It was not to break the formation. Did anyone from the Huai border army die? Of course, those who died were mostly Kai Nan's direct subordinates. However, this situation was very interesting. It looked like there were heavy casualties, but in reality, there weren't many dead people. On the contrary, there were countless injured people. If one wasn't an old soldier who had experienced hundreds of battles, he wouldn't be able to understand the mystery behind it. But if one were to say that Kai Nan had a tacit understanding with the Bailiang cavalry from the very beginning, and that she had wronged him, the Jidushi, from the very beginning, Kai Nan did indeed have the heart to block the way, otherwise, she would not have placed the elite troops under her command at the front line. Her body was far from fully recovered, but Kai Nan, who had recovered quickly, said smoothly, "It's been hard for a rough person like you to act." Kai Bai smiled bitterly and said, "Foster father, this concerns the life and death of our Kai family, how can Kai Bai not be concerned? But to be honest, it's much more difficult than going into battle." Kai Nan asked, after hearing the two imperial edicts, "What are your thoughts?" Kai Bai said with mixed feelings, "If I didn't know beforehand that the Bailiang would not be allowed to go down south, and with the strange actions of the Bailiang cavalry, Kai Bai would really have believed that eunuch's nonsense today." Kai Nan, who was lying on the bed, stared straight at the top of the tent. "It's said that the fox grieves for the rabbit's death. Although I don't know what our great general is thinking, I do have such thoughts. For so many years, I've seen the methods Li Yang used to deal with the Bailiang, both on the surface and under the surface, one after another. It's inevitable that my heart is beating like a drum. Why do you think foster father was able to hold military power at the border all this time? Is it because I, Kai Nan, have great ability to lead troops into battle? From what I see, my ability isn't small, but it's really not that great. Compared to Lu Shengxiang, Su Gong, and the others, I'm still a little inferior. The reason why I was promoted all the way to become a provincial governor is actually because of two people. One is a great general, and the other is a great general." The last sentence sounded like nonsense, but Kai Bai knew that not only was it not nonsense, but the meaning behind it was rich. Not only could it make one's jaw drop, it could also make one's hair stand on end. The first great general was said to be foster father's benefactor, the second pillar of the Liang dynasty, Gu Jiantang. The second great general was the old Prince Liang, Su Shao, who was called the butcher of the spring and autumn period. Kai Nan said in a low voice, "But even if I feel sorrow in my heart, I, Kai Nan, only have reverence for the old Emperor Zhao Li and the late Emperor Zhao Dun. I don't have the slightest bit of rebellious thoughts. Why? It's simple, because they're powerful." Regardless of the internal reasons, they were still able to suppress the two great generals, suppress the civil and military officials of the imperial court. Zhao Li was able to make Su Shao willingly help him conquer the world, and even help Li Yang fight Beimang to defend the world until his death. After his death, he was able to make our great General Gu wear an official's robe instead of armor, and sit on a bench in that cramped Ministry of War's Yamen for no less than 20 years. Zhao Dun wasn't bad either. He wanted that Grand Secretary Zhang, who had the power to overturn the world, to die, and Bai Yan, obediently died. After Zhao Dun died, he similarly left behind a large amount of property for the current emperor. It's just a pity that although Zhao Dun had his personal grudges, they were generally harmless to national affairs. In Zhao Zhuan's hands, he couldn't control the scale. However, you can't say that the young emperor is really wrong in this kind of matter. The affairs of the world are like this, we can only explain it as fate making fools of people. That being said, I also believe that if Zhao Li was the emperor, Bailiang might not even have the thought of sending troops to Guangling. As for Zhao Dun, he would have delivered the imperial edict to our hands much earlier, and definitely wouldn't be so hesitant. Kai Bai said hesitantly, although I don't have a good impression of the young emperor, if it were me, I'm afraid I would have done even worse. Kai Nan made a sound of agreement. Zhao Zhuan isn't bad. As long as he's given time, he might have done even better than his father and grandfather. However, in the end, he's still a bit inexperienced. In addition to the current imperial court, with Bai Yan, Er's death and Tantanon seemingly unchanged, I reckon he's more or less disheartened. Although there's still Qi Yanglong, who was left to our Liang by the previous emperor, compared to this Shangyin Academy Grand Chancellor who came out of seclusion halfway, especially Yuan Benqi's benefactor, Zhao Zhuan naturally trusts Chen Wang, who he personally promoted. Unfortunately, at the same time, he won't place too much importance on Chen Wang's opinion at crucial moments. This is because Chen Wang is young, and the emperor is also young. Without Su Shao in the northwest, Bei Meng immediately attacked. Without Yuan Benqi and Zhang Jiulu in the imperial court, problems also arose. I'm guessing that if Zhao Zhuan could be more magnanimous in the matter of the water transport, then Su Fengnian would have at least done some superficial work for this inexplicable dispatch of troops, such as sending someone to Great Peace City to request an imperial edict. However, in the bottom of the young emperor's heart, he still hopes to use our Huai and Huai border armies to weigh the weight of the Bailiang cavalry, to see how much of an exaggeration there is. Now, it's a mess, and the imperial court doesn't have a tinker like Bai Yan, As long as I think of this in the past 2 days, the bit of anger in my heart will lessen. Then Kai Nan sighed and said, if Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen don't say a few words of justice at this time, Liang, which has a great situation, will probably really be in big trouble. Kai Bai didn't understand. Kai Nan didn't explain anything. His hoarse and deep voice became even more vague. This time, adoptive father barely escaped death. After thinking about it, there's something I should tell you, but adoptive father hasn't really thought it through. You can think about it yourself. Kai Bai leaned forward and said in a low voice, adoptive father, speak, I'm listening. Kai Nan's tone was calm. Openly guard against the Bailiang Su family, secretly guard Chen Jibao. Be a good general on the border, great things can be expected. This is the only secret letter that the general has given me in all these years. It's a message, not written on paper. Kai Bai's pale face became even paler, but it quickly turned a sickly red. Kai Nan closed his eyes and said tiredly, after dying once, I found that now, looking at it, that young man's surname Su is still the most interesting, the others are just like that. That's right, when I really receive the imperial edict of being conferred the title of Count Zhongyi, you can lead the army. As for whether you can become a Jidushi, that will depend on your own ability. Adoptive father can't help much. Don't try to persuade me. Maybe I feel that there's no meaning in it. Kai Nan didn't say anything and just kept his eyes open. His ears could vaguely hear the drums of the War of the Spring and Autumn period, his eyes could vaguely see the smoke of the War of the Spring and Autumn period, and his heart could vaguely see the bravery of his youth. During the reign of Yonghui, the world only knew that there was a Zhang Lu Gu Lu in the imperial court, but they didn't know that there was a strategist who lived at the edge of the palace. Until now, in the year of the auspicious talisman, the civil and military officials still didn't know that there was a blind guest in a secluded house not far from Yuan Benqi's residence. His surname was Lu, and his name was Su. He only had a personal maid to serve him. On this day, a young man with a special identity came to Lu Su's residence. The former was both the guest and the host, because although the one surnamed Zhao was the guest of this small courtyard, he was the host of the entire Liang. The current emperor, Zhao Zhuan, didn't wear a dragon robe, but a jade belt and green robe. He sat opposite Lu Su, who had secretly become the imperial court's great spy. Chapter 1710. There was only a box of chess pieces on the table and no chessboard. This was a small habit of Lu Su. Regardless of whether he was flipping through a book or thinking, he would always have a box of chess pieces by his hand. If he had nothing to do, he would grab a handful of chess pieces and slowly rub them in his palm. Zhao Zhuan's tone was indifferent, but there was a hint of blame in his words. "Sir, why did you not only order Zhao Go to bide his time along the way? You even strictly ordered the local Jianghu people not to show their faces and not to obstruct the Beiliang cavalry." Lu Su, who was holding a handful of cool chess pieces, moved his fingers slightly and made a squeaking sound. In the face of the angry reproach of the ruler of a country, this blind young man who had risen to the center of the dynasty overnight was expressionless. He slowly said, "Liang's face is not on such trivial matters. His Majesty's face is on the border battles between the Liao, Beiliang, and the Huai River. If His Majesty felt that he could tolerate anyone in the world except for Su Fengnian, so he wanted Lu Su to act on impulse, then it's very simple. Although Xiaogo people have died, they are still a huge force that can call the wind and summon the rain. Not to mention stopping scholars and Jianghu people from causing trouble. When the Beiliang cavalry is on its way south, there will be people who will step forward bravely in every road, prefecture, county, and county. There will be people who will die under Beiliang's warblades and horses. What's so difficult about that?" Zhao Zhuan was silent, but the anger between his brows did not diminish. Lu Su stretched out his arm and a chess piece leaked out from his palm and fell on the table. From a practical point of view, a family's wealth is a land's worth of soldiers and horses. From a hypocritical point of view, it's the people's hearts and the general trend of the world. Putting aside the future harvest, every bit used is a bit less. Although the Beiliang cavalry is marching south this time under the banner of pacifying the rebellion, in the eyes of the civil and military officials, it's the ambition of a wolf. In the eyes of the people of the Central Plains, it's the young king's domineering behavior. In the current situation, the worst situation is that Su Fengnian colluded with West Chu, ignoring the Beimang War, and reached an agreement with Chao Chongqing to divide the Central Plains equally. For example, when Su Fengnian marries Empress Jiangxi in the future, there will be a transition between the left hand and the right hand of the throne. Am I right? Zhao Zhuan nodded sullenly. It is as you said. Lu Su smiled and said, "But then again, Your Majesty, ask yourself, will Northern Liang rebel?" Zhao Zhuan shook his head. That won't happen. Beiliang frontier army's 100,000 soldiers died outside the pass, and only a little more than 10,000 soldiers went to Guangling. Beiliang won't rebel. Lu Su threw a few more chess pieces on the table. If that's the case, then the imperial court shouldn't force Beiliang to rebel. At the very least, they shouldn't appear themselves. Let Beiliang and Beimang fight to the death. You want Guangling's grain? Then I'll give it to you. Su Fengnian can't lower his face to ask the imperial court for the martyrs who died in battle. But the imperial court will give it to you. In the second battle of Liangmang, you might not have enough soldiers. The imperial court will lend you the army of Huaijidushi Kainan. If Kainan isn't enough, Jizhou also has the soldiers of Han Fang and Yang Huchen. Zhao Zhuan's brows furrowed tightly. Lu Su calmly said, "The imperial court shouldn't be thinking about how to guard against Beiliang, but how to separate Beiliang from the Su family. Don't hope that the second generation of the Su family will still be disloyal to the imperial court. Instead, think about how to make the young and strong generals of Beiliang not have the slightest disloyalty. Make them and the entire Beiliang Taoism sincerely believe that Beiliang is a Beiliang within the territory of Liang, and that the Su family is only helping the imperial court manage and govern Beiliang. Even if one day Beiliang doesn't have the cavalry of the Su family, even if the Battle of Liangmang isn't going well, everyone in Beiliang, from the officials to the common people, will have a way out. If Bailiang doesn't have a foothold, then the imperial court will let them retreat to Jianghu, to Shuzhou, and even all the way to Jiangnan. Zhao Zhuan's brows loosened slightly. If that's really the case, then it doesn't matter whether the Su family rebels or not. Lu Su laughed involuntarily. Your Majesty, you must remember that if you want the Bailiang Su family to become water without a source, it's still too early. First, you have to rely on the imperial court's careful operation. If you're willing, you have to give something to Bailiang first. Second, you have to rely on the following Battle of Liangmang. Third, you have to rely on the people of Bailiang slanting toward the imperial court. The imperial court can no longer regard them as uncivilized Bailiang barbarians, and can no longer restrict the scholars of Liangdi in the imperial examinations. Fourth, you have to rely on the officials of Bailiang who have a foothold in the imperial court. You can't do without Sun Yin, Yao Baifeng, and you can't only have people like Jin Lanting. Fifth, you have to rely on Liang to quickly let Su Gong, Lu Sheng, and Song Li, who have clean backgrounds and can be of great use, stand out and quickly end the Battle of Guangling. Don't think about reducing the power of the local generals. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Once the generals in Liang are completely speechless, and the Beimang army is still in the north and hasn't suffered any damage to its foundation, don't tell me that in the end, you can only rely on the Su family's iron cavalry to fight the war. In that case, won't the previous fourth become a joke? Zhao Zhuan picked up the chess pieces that Lu Su had dropped from the table one by one. He gripped them tightly and sank into deep thought. Zhao Zhuan subconsciously imitated the movements of the blind young man. The chess pieces in his palms rubbed against each other. In the final analysis, teacher wants the imperial court to retreat in order to advance? Lu Su said a rebellious sentence without hesitation. Yes, Your Majesty wants to retreat in order to advance. Zhao Zhuan smiled embarrassedly. Strangely, the young emperor didn't seem to be angry. Lu Su suddenly asked, "Doesn't Your Majesty find it strange that with the foresight of Zhang Jiulu and Yuan Benshi, why couldn't they think of such a crude method?" Zhao Zhuan's heart trembled. He laughed and said, "I only know that teacher's methods this time are definitely not crude." Lu Su loosened his palms and the chess pieces fell to the table. "Seniors, it's just that you can't think of it that way. I believe that at that time, the two of them were mainly plotting against the Bailiang and not Su Fengnian. The same prescription used in different places has completely different effects." Zhao Zhuan said in disbelief, "Other than Su Shao, who else could it be?" Lu Su raised his head, expressionless. Zhao Zhuan suddenly understood. Chen Jibao. Lu Su's words became more and more shocking. In the early years, no one would have thought that Su Fengnian could really be inherited. However, with the talents of Grand Secretary Zhang and Teacher Yuan, they could still make up for it. It's a pity that the previous emperor didn't give Zhang Jiulu a chance, and Your Majesty didn't give Teacher Yuan a chance either. Zhao Zhuan's face was gloomy. Lu Su looked at the young emperor. "Actually, Your Majesty, you're here to denounce me, aren't you? You're angry about why I, Lu Su, dared to act first and report later and granted Kai Nan the title of Count Zhongyi without authorization after taking over the power of Zhao Go." Zhao Zhuan laughed. "At first, I was indeed shocked and angry. I even had the thought of killing someone. However, after listening to teacher's digression, I felt much more at ease. However, I also don't want this to happen a second time." Lu Su calmly shook his head and said, "It won't happen again. Your Majesty's trust in me has almost been used up. After all, I only have one head." Zhao Zhuan stopped what he was doing and said emotionally, "Teacher, I can promise you that as long as teacher wholeheartedly plans for my Liyang, even if there is a day when teacher commits a capital crime, I can tolerate it. Tolerate it once. If teacher does not believe me, I can go to the ancestral temple and swear to the ancestors of the Zhao family." Lu Su hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need. Your Majesty is a good emperor, I am certain of this. Otherwise, why would a blind person like Lu Su who is destined to never rise in his official career be willing to come to Great Peace City?" Zhao Zhuan asked in a small voice, "Teacher, I also know that there are some questions that should not be asked. In the history books, whenever an official answers a monarch's question, there has never been a good ending. However, I still hope that teacher can be honest with me." Lu Su said faintly, "Since your Majesty does not have many imperial sons, then you should be asking me who in the imperial court can succeed Qi Yanglong as the Grand Secretary of the dynasty? Will you tolerate that Grand Secretary growing up to become an emperor like Zhang Jiulu who has no political enemies in the court? With this question, does it mean that your Majesty is not even at ease with Chen Wang? Then your Majesty will truly be all alone." Zhao Zhuan said in a sincere tone, "It is not that I do not believe in Chen Wang." Lu Su did not comment and said to himself, "There is no doubt that only Chen Wang is the candidate for this position. Yan Qiji, Sun Yin, Fan Zhongho, Li Jifu, these five all have fatal flaws. They are not as good as Chen Wang who has the potential to be perfect. In the transition period before them, people like Yin Mao Chun, Zhao Yuling, and Han Lin are just short-lived grand secretaries who have lived for 3 to 5 years. They are not worth mentioning." Zhao Zhuan opened his palm and looked down at the chess piece. "I am suddenly enlightened." Zhao Zhuan suddenly looked up and smiled, "Teacher, do you have any more chess pieces to give me?" Lu Su smiled, "No more." Zhao Zhuan clenched his fist and stood up, "Then I will accept these chess pieces." Lu Su stood up, "Then I will not see you out." Zhao Zhuan laughed, "There is no need to see me out, but I will continue to give you chess pieces in the future. I hope that at the end of our lives, we can sit face to face like today, slowly count those chess pieces, talk about the past, and put them back into the box one by one. Wouldn't that be great?" Zhao Zhuan left quietly. The maidservant, Xing Hua, who had followed Lu Su from the Prince of Jing'an's estate to the capital, suddenly discovered that her teacher was sitting upright and still, but at some point, a lonely chess piece had appeared on the table. He had not given it to Emperor Zhao Zhuan. She asked curiously, "Teacher, why did you keep one for yourself?" Lu Su said softly, "I did not keep it for myself, I kept it for someone else." The woman was horrified. Lu Su stretched out his finger and gently pressed on the chess piece, "I will repay him with my life." Chapter 1711. Along the way south, other than those towering mountains and precipitous ridges, there was almost no snow to be seen. The cold of spring was the most bone-chilling. If the Beiliang cavalry advanced 120 li to the southeast, it would be equivalent to entering the Guangling Road. Although they were still some distance away from the real battlefield, where the army under the command of the new Minister of War, Wu Zhongshuan, and the main forces of West Chu breaking out to the west were confronting each other, there was still some distance. However, even without the warnings of the generals and commandants who had first-hand knowledge of the battle situation, just based on the increasing number of Liang scouts and cavalry scouts that appeared around the marching route, it was already enough for the Beiliang cavalry to deduce the general situation. Even the usually intimate actions of washing and feeding the horses involuntarily revealed a somewhat austere aura. At dawn, there was still an hour before the army broke camp. For the time being, the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, acting as the main commander of this cavalry, gathered all the generals and commandants in a temporary and crude military tent. Including Yuan Zuozong, Ning Amei, and Hong Shuwen, there were a total of 16 people. There was no table in the large tent. The 5 wide and high map of the Guangling Road was hung on the wall. The main passes and cities had long been clearly recorded. Even the number of troops stationed at each place was meticulously marked in vermilion small characters, accurately down to 100 people. Su Fengnian stood sideways under the map, still wearing the famous saber that he snatched from Jiang Fuding's hand that year, the crossing the river soldier, only he took off the cold saber. Su Fengnian looked at the various cavalry officers standing in an arc, raised his saber, and drew a route on the map that was enough to shock the yamen of the Ministry of War. He laughed and said, "Next we will pass through Luhua County, pass through Wei Shui and Merqi, 2 counties, and officially enter Guangling Road. Perhaps we moved too slowly through Huai and Bei provinces, and then moved too quickly through Huainan Road, causing the imperial army to be caught off guard. Therefore, they were unable to keep up with our pace. Otherwise, the Ji province cavalry should have arrived 2 days ago in the area of Shanin County, where there are many mountain paths. They would have first intercepted us, using Wufang and Free Cloud cities as a base to wait for reinforcements. When Su Gong from the Ministry of War arrives, he would have allied with the local troops to defend this natural defensive line. This would have forced our army to advance more than 80 li to the south, and take a detour to the east to enter Guangling. However, in this way, we would have to collide with the Qing province troops that are rushing north. As long as there is a slight delay, the 20,000-strong army from western Shu would arrive." Su Fengnian paused here, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It is a pity that the hairy son-in-law of the Gu family is still a bit too slow. Therefore, I estimate that Assistant Minister Su is already pointing at the Ji province general and spitting in his nose. However, if I have the chance to stand in front of Assistant Minister Su, I would definitely say a few words on behalf of the Ji province general. Motherf *Ker, Su Gong is hiding in the right wing of Ji province, slowly wandering about. Why should our tired Ji province cavalry rush up to the Beiliang cavalry and be beaten up? Who doesn't know that the great snow dragon can ride a horse and wear Beiliang armor, and when he dismounts his horse, he does not lose to the Yuzhou infantry in the slightest? This daddy came to the Central Plains to gain merits, not to be in a hurry to reincarnate. Apart from the serious Yuan Zhuozong, the other generals in the tent roared with laughter. This was especially the case for the old cavalry generals who had fought in the spring and autumn war. Their grins were even wider. Even though most of these people had obtained their positions at the Beiliang border, when they were still small soldiers, most of them had heard the bragging of the old officers in their respective armies. They said that the great generals would always make fun of the enemy before the battle. It was rumored that even at the most difficult time of the Battle of the Western Wall, the West Chuyi Baikue, who was known as the Spring and Autumn War Armor, could not escape this calamity. When the laughter stopped, Su Fengnian restrained his relaxed expression and said in a low voice, "Our great snow dragon cavalry still has more than 10,000 soldiers. However, as for our true strength, we all know our own matters. In the battle at the Calabash mouth where we wiped out Yang Yuanzhan's army, our great snow dragon cavalry had the greatest merit, but our casualties were not small either. There were 3,400 people who died on the battlefield. As for the soldiers who had to withdraw from the border army because of their injuries, there were also 1,200 people. Out of 10,000 people, in the end, only half of them were old soldiers. I might as well say something to offend those 2 heavy cavalry armies. Their casualties were also disastrous, but comparatively speaking, I dared to have these 2 cavalry armies choose from Liangzhou's left and right cavalry armies, even from Yozhou's elite cavalry army and Lingzhou's few local garrisons. However, as for the great snow dragon cavalry, forget about Lingzhou, I did not even choose a single one from Yuzhou. All of them were chosen from outside Liangzhou's pass. I, Su Fengnian, can pat my chest and say that every single new soldier has passed through the double screening of Qingliang Mountain and the Protectorate Manor. Every single new officer, their experience on the battlefield, Su Fengnian, have even personally seen them. Only after I nod my head and Chu Lushan and Yuan Zhuozong agree can they take up the post. However, even if this is the case, compared to the great snow dragon cavalry that rushed to the mouth of the gourd, it is clear that the current great snow dragon cavalry. All of the military generals who had outstanding military achievements outside the pass felt a heavy and suffocating feeling. It wasn't only because of the title of King of Beiliang on this youngster's body, nor was it because of some Jianghu master or Earth Immortal, it was also because of the prestige that Su Fengnian had slowly accumulated bit by bit over the past few years. In order to become a commander-in-chief, one didn't have to be that type of person who could charge and break through enemy lines to face 10,000 enemies. It wasn't just Su Xiao who was like this. Even the great Grandmaster Gu Jiantang, in his early years in the Spring and Autumn War, actually didn't take the lead that often. Chen Zhibao was even more so. Being able to win battles and being able to afford to lose battles was actually enough. Meanwhile, this young vassal king in front of everyone seemed to have never lost on the battlefield, in the imperial court, or in Jianghu. Of course, it was rumored that on a certain battlefield, their king of Bailiang had suffered a great defeat. Even Yan Wenluan and Chen Yinshui, these meritorious great generals, when they occasionally heard their subordinates mention this matter, they would never berate them, instead revealing a knowing smile that only great men would understand. After Su Fengnian kept everyone in suspense, he said in deadly earnest, "It is clear that this current great snow dragon cavalry, if we want to talk about crushing those Ji province elite cavalry and capital region army, there still isn't much of a problem." This time, even Yuan Zuozong couldn't help but laugh. Su Fengnian said, "This time, I brought you all to Guangling Circuit to wade through the muddy waters. Normal Bailiang commoners definitely don't know the truth, but everyone in this tent has more or less heard a bit. In reality, if it is as you all have guessed, it is true." Without waiting for everyone to express their opinion, Su Fengnian already said in a heavy voice, "No matter what, if anyone has any complaints, or even if anyone wants to curse me, wait until we return to Bailiang territory. This time, when we head south, other than Kai Nan's Huai border army, we have no choice but to fight. Before we face Wu Zhongshuan's northern frontier army, my objective is to not fight if we can. Even if my great snow dragon cavalry can wipe out 100 imperial soldiers, it will still be a losing business. Of course, if Su Gong and Yuan Tingshan insist on blocking us to the end, then we will fight. We will beat them until they are scared. Before this, I still have something I want to make clear to everyone. The true vicious battle is still the contest with Wu Zhongshuan. Because on this trip to Guangling Road, apart from me needing to pick up a person, you all also need to take in a certain amount of West Chu's routed army. The initial estimate is between 200 to 300, most of them young and strong. On the battlefield, they will appear as small groups of fleeing cavalry. When the time comes, we will provide them with Bailiang warhorses and light armor. Of course, there will also be cold blades, quickly breaking up these troops and merging them into our army. Afterwards, Yuan Tong will lead you all away from the western battlefield. I will at most meet up with you all a day later." Su Fengnian's cold blade pointed heavily on the map. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Gong's Jingji troops and Yuan Tingshan's Jizhou cavalry will meet up here. Su Gong will use the Chaisang County town, which has a higher city wall, as a stronghold. Che Ye's Western Shu infantry and Qingzhou army will respectively be behind and to the south of our army, each with a city pass to rely on. The enemy's entire battle line presents a semicircle. Although the terrain on both sides of the Chaisang County town is flat, the net of water is crisscrossing, making it unsuitable for large cavalry to gallop through. This is because the only wide official road has already been destroyed by the Chaisang County magistrate under the command of the common people. Every 200 paces, a gully more than a zhang wide is dug out. If there is also a rather large spring rain, it will be even more disadvantageous for our advance. Reportedly, Su Gong's army is carrying a large amount of heavy crossbows from the Ministry of War's stockpile, as well as 1,700 sets of heavy armor. Among them, there are a total of 4,000 archers and divine arms. Naturally, they want to force us to dismount and fight while defending the Chaisang County town to the death. If we choose to go around the Chaisang County town and stagnate on that official road, it is very likely that we will completely lose our original initiative as a cavalry. In that case, we will be surrounded and have no place to advance or retreat. Against more than 60,000 soldiers who can freely retract their battle line, and the enemy's commander-in-chief is one of the few famous generals in Liang, Su Gong. Therefore, to us, whether or not we attack the Chaisang County town is just a bad plan. Chapter 17:12 Hong Shuwen said cautiously, Your Highness, based on the geographical situation near Chaisang, if we take a detour to the north, we will have to take a big detour. Also, there is a city similar to Chaisang, Beigu City. However, if we change our route and go south quickly, we can kill the Qingzhou troops that have not yet arrived at Chaisang, and then pretend that we are at Jinggan Road. It will be more interesting. Now, everyone knows that Jinggan Road, from the king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, to the minister of economy, all three of them have a big gap with us in Beiliang. Even if Su Gong knows that our original intention is to change the battlefield, he can't bear the risk of chaos in Jinggan Road. He can only be led by the nose by us. As long as they leave Chaisang, especially when the Jizhou cavalry and the capital army are separated, then our chance will come. The only thing we need to pay attention to is the crossbowmen behind us. We need to kill more of the enemy's scouts that are hanging on the tail. Su Fengnian said innocently, Do I look like the kind of person who will not hesitate to go to war for revenge? Hong Shuwen did not say anything. Yuan Zuozong was the first to laugh strangely, You don't? The generals looked at each other in dismay, and then burst into laughter without giving any face. Su Fengnian had expected this, so he quickly smiled and said, If so, then we will do it to the end. Niu Qianzhu, you lead 1,000 cavalry to intercept the Western Shu army. Along the way, you can spread the news under the banner of reminiscing. After all, no one in the army believes that we are here to quell the rebellion. This will confirm their wild imagination. A tanned and burly man asked in a muffled voice, Your Highness, is 1,000 cavalry too little? Su Fengnian thought for a moment and nodded. Then let Pang Jinrui lead another 1,000 cavalry to support them and strengthen their momentum. The charcoal-like man hurriedly waved his hand and said, Your Highness, that's not what I meant. I'm just a lowly lieutenant. I've never led more than 2,000 soldiers in my entire life. I'm just using this opportunity to follow Your Highness around the Central Plains to pretend to be a general. I don't dare to compare myself with Your Highness. 2,000 is enough. If that doesn't work, I can ask old Pang to lend me 500. The more the man spoke, the lower his voice became. It was obvious that he was feeling guilty. Su Fengnian lifted his foot and was about to kick. The captain of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, Niu Qianzhu, hurriedly hid behind Pang Jinrui. Su Fengnian pointed his scabbard at Lieutenant Niu and said angrily, Fine, I'll give you 2,000 cavalry, and I'll also lend you my Phoenix battalion. How about it? If you're still not satisfied, I can lend you Commander Yuan as well. Niu Qianzhu smiled awkwardly. Forget about Commander Yuan. He only knows how to steal my limelight. 2,000 cavalry and Your Highness Phoenix battalion is enough. It's enough. Niu Qianzhu was kicked by Yuan Zuozong, who was standing not far away. The short and sturdy Lieutenant Pang Jinrui asked, Your Highness, the Qingzhou cavalry has already been wiped out when Zhao Sun went to help Zhao Ying, the Duke of Huainan. Now the 8,000 infantry is really not worth mentioning. I'm willing to lead 1,000 cavalry as the vanguard to open the way for the army. Niu Qianzhu said anxiously, Old Pang, Your Highness has already agreed to lend me your 1,000 men. Pang Jinrui turned his head and glared at Niu Qianzhu. Niu Qianzhu shrunk his neck in fear. Niu Qianzhu's body looked like two Pang Jinrui. But in the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, he was also a captain of 1,000 cavalry. In front of Pang Jinrui, Niu Qianzhu was like a little wife meeting an evil mother-in-law. At this time, Yuan Zuozong suddenly said, I'll be the vanguard. 500 cavalry is enough. Pang Jinrui scratched his head. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to compete with the commander. Moreover, as long as one was a veteran of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, they all knew about the 10-year siege of Xiangfan City in Qingzhou. Yuan Zuozong was the second commander of the Su family's cavalry after Wu Qi and Su Pu. That year, under Xiangfan City, the battle was so bitter that his cavalry had to be used as infantry. In the end, only 3 out of 10 remained. This was how Chu Lushan managed to conquer Shu. It wasn't that the Su family didn't want to transfer more cavalry, but that they had no cavalry available, whether it was cavalry or horses. Su Fengnian nodded. Then, he raised his cold blade and pointed at the two battlefields of Guangling Road where the two armies were in a deadlock. After passing Su Gong's troops, the West Chu cavalry that we are going to support will break through here. It is located 30 li south of Guazi Island. The Wu general in charge of this battlefield is called Zhou Ran. His total strength reaches 20,000 and cannot be underestimated. Zhou Ran is experienced in using troops and is good at positional warfare. He has 2,000 cavalry under his command. At that time, our main force will be about 20 li northwest of Guazi Island. Here, near Xianghui River, we will temporarily stop and station our troops. Zhou Ran will definitely send a large number of scouts to keep an eye on our movements. Not only that, because of our arrival, Wu Zhongshuan will definitely order the northern Lai County battle line to be moderately tilted to the south. Although the main general, Yuan Jiada, has less than 10,000 troops, his cavalry accounts for almost half of the total, more than 4,500 cavalry. This unit was once the vanguard of the southern Jiang army going north to quell the rebellion. Their combat power is obviously not weak. Yuan Zhuozong, you lead the main force to Guazi Island and push 30 li east along Xianghui River until you reach Zhou Ran Station. Wang Buiyuan, you will lead 2,000 cavalry directly between Lai County and Xianghui River to cut off Yuan Jiada's main force's reinforcement route to the south. Cooperate with the main force and show that we are going to swallow Zhou Ran's 20,000 troops in one go. Song Jinshan, you will lead 1,000 cavalry and maintain a distance of 3 to 4 li from the middle army's right wing. Your main duty is to keep an eye on Zhou Ran's 2,000 cavalry and clean up Zhou Ran's scouts in the south. Once the Phoenix Battalion's whereabouts are leaked, or there are Wu troops chasing after them in the front line, if Zhou Ran's 2,000 cavalry get the news and go south to intercept them, you will bite them. Yuan Zhuozong and the two cavalry generals cupped their fists and accepted the order. Suddenly, a crossbowman came to report the military situation. Then Su Fengnian and the generals did not know whether to laugh or cry. They intercepted the military order that Su Gong's scouts passed to Qingzhou. They were ordered to follow the original route back to the big town of Huangwei City at the northern border of Jing'an Road. They were not allowed to go north without permission. Su Fengnian said helplessly, if there is no accident, Shishu's side is almost the same. It seems that Su Gong is not willing to give us a chance to bluff. Su Fengnian did not think that he had succeeded just because he intercepted a secret letter. This kind of military order was not afraid of being leaked. Naturally, he would not send a single cavalry to deliver it. It was not too much to say that the more the better. However, Su Fengnian quickly ridiculed, it is hard to say for Shishu. They may listen to the order and retreat. Then, they will retreat and wait for an opportunity. However, the words of the great king of Jing'an should be more effective than the words of a vice minister. The Qingzhou troops may not listen to Su Gong's unreasonable orders. When Zhao Sun uses troops on the battlefield, he does not care about winning or losing. He only wants to show his loyalty. The commander of this troop was a trusted aide of the Prince of Jing'an's estate. Before they set out, they must have received Zhao Sun's secret order. Even if they were to be suspected of being greedy and advancing prematurely, they absolutely couldn't leave behind the impression that they were afraid of death in the imperial court. This young king of Jing'an deserves to be the most praised and virtuous vassal king in the imperial court. Niu Qianzhu and the other generals were a little confused. After all, the situation in the Central Plains did not concern these Bailiang generals who had been fighting outside the Great Wall for a long time. Only Yuan Zhuozong nodded and sneered, it is very likely that the Qingzhou troops will insist on going north. In the future, Zhao Sun's nickname of Vassal King of Death will live up to his name. Song Jinshan, a veteran general who had experienced the Battle of Xiangfan City, sighed and said, I heard that the current Qingzhou navy is very unreasonable. However, from the short-lived appearance of the Qingzhou cavalry in the Guangling battlefield last year, regardless of their combat power, their bravery is quite similar to the past. No matter how much we hated Qingzhou and Xiangfan City, we still had to give a thumbs up to the Qingzhou troops. Such an opponent deserves our respect. In the end, we have such a wastrel vassal king. What a pity, what a pity. There was a moment of silence in the tent.